All right, before we bring the jury in, there was one thing that we should have done yesterday that we didn't, and I told Mr. Tellini we could do it at a different time, and now is that time. Mr. Tellini, did you have motions that you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor. I would make
Go ahead.
motions for judgment acquittal on all charges, specifically on first degree murder premeditation. There has been lack of evidence showing premeditation on behalf of the defendant.
Okay. Prosecution?
Your Honor, there's been more than enough evidence presented on premeditation as it relates to count one, specifically and most glaringly in the form of those searches that were discovered on the defendant's phone, evidencing a desire to leave the state of Colorado to seek employment and housing out of state for a one-bedroom, one-bathroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. And then obviously all of the efforts that were put forth by the defendant to then cover up the crime, showing consciousness of guilt. And so we would ask the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
All right. The standard that the court must apply at this point or at this stage in the proceedings is that the court must take the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and determine whether or not there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges that have been brought against her. With respect to defense counsel's argument regarding premeditation, there are messages or indications that the defendant was conducting searches regarding a life elsewhere, essentially, jobs, places to live, perhaps even connections with singles in another area. There's also indications that the defendant may have been unhappy in her marriage, that there was a discussion about that, but nothing was necessarily reached. There was a statement by the defendant at some point in time in which she said, "I should have just left last week." All of this occurred before the death of Gannon. It's not surprising, or this would not be the first case in which someone was in an unhappy marriage and some crime was committed as a result of that. I think there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude, if it were to believe that evidence credible and give weight to that evidence, a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. Again, the court has to take the evidence at this stage of the proceeding in the light most favorable to the prosecution and must not make any credibility determinations at this point either. As such, the court believes that it is a jury issue for jurors to determine whether or not the prosecution has in fact established beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges which it has brought. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, not anything that we can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Yes. Mr. Cook is retrieving Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so she's not in the building yet?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Do we know where she is? Or how far away?
They're in transit.
Okay, so probably about, like yesterday, about 5-10 minutes or so, something like that. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then until we have Dr. Lewis.
All right.
It's one thing to be late to the prom one time, but when you're late to the prom twice, there's a big problemo. What the hell is going on? Did someone not get the Uber? to the Hilton in Colorado Springs on time. I understand that she needs a little more Geritol in her coffee, but it was made clear yesterday we're starting at 10 a.m. Snazzy says defense doing this to keep T from being able to use the ineffective counsel BS. All standard. Exactly. Everyone's doing their jobs. Except for Dr. Lewis. And they have put every egg in one basket. Every egg has gone in this basket. And that is her testimony, her expert testimony. I still want to figure out what happened with her teeth. She's got teeth. Where'd they come from? They didn't grow back. Selena says maybe she's decided not to continue to testify, and that's what I'm wondering too. Angel said it looks very, very bad. Yes, it does, Angel. Because everything rests with Dr. Lewis. She's the one that has to convince this jury that at the time of Gannon's murder, Letecia could not have stopped herself. It's not even a matter of right and wrong. She could not hold herself back. That's exactly what they have to prove. That it's insane. Tracy said 3 times, Brooks. Yeah. Shonda says, Brooks, did the live from yesterday get removed? I couldn't listen to the very end and it was going to go back and watch it this morning. You mean part 2 of the trial? I'm having to clip out the Eddie and the Cruiser stuff because it got blocked. YouTube really, really, really did a job on me yesterday. Really. I had people message me going, how come I'm not a mod anymore? And I'm like, you are. No, I'm not. So as people come back in, I have to add them as a moderator. They blocked my shit because of Eddie and the Cruisers. Nobody watches Eddie and the Cruisers anymore. Ridiculous. But as soon as it gets edited out, then it'll be up and going. Let me look right now how much longer it's got. They take their sweet ass time for sure. It says copyright, Eddie and the Cruisers, hang up my rock and roll shoes. It's still clipping it out. That's what happens. True Crime with Shannon said she had to change her outro music. Yeah. YouTube does not like music. Hey, Brown Eyes Blue, what have you been doing? Selena, who's Eddie? Exactly. Who's Eddie? But you want to mess up my stream? That's crazy. Shonda says, yikes, YouTube rebel. Tracy, you told me you sent me an email. And I know you're going through some hard stuff. Your son's getting ready to go to the military, but I never got your email, hun. I was actually going to set up a Facebook group for military moms, if anybody would be interested. And actually, it could just be any mom. You don't have to have a kid in the military. Just support each other. Good Grandma said it's the music industry, I think. Just Me said, I'm sharing lives and it isn't posting on Facebook. What do you know? That's how it goes. That is how it goes. What are you going to do? All right, I'm going to catch up on some stuff while we're waiting on Dr. Lewis to get her Hanes pantyhose on. Mermaid said, how about ex-military wives and working on the base? Yep. Because I have mentioned on here several times that I'm a military mom. I have a son in the Air Force, son in National Guard, son that he just got out of the Army. JTB says, USMC mom, represent. And so several people have reached out to me. And it takes a while for bells to go off in my head. You guys know how it goes. And I was like, well, I could put a group together for, all the military spouses and moms to talk. I just don't want to leave anybody out. It's kind of hard to do that and someone go, well, what about me? My husband was a Boy Scout in the 1st grade. Pale said it shared on her Facebook. All right, I'm going to look at some of this stuff from Oklahoma yesterday because I'm telling you what, I got some hate about that. Damn. And I want the truth from you guys. Do you think in that show yesterday, when I was talking about what happened in Okmulgee County, do you think that I was disrespectful to the victims? Because I never want to be that way. Never, ever, ever. And I know you guys will tell me the truth. What I basically said was, look, this is 2023. And we can look up each other. Rowena says, I got kicked out of Girl Scouts. Does that count? Yes, you're an admin now. You know how it works around here. Snazzy said no. Connie said no. Sarah said no. Just me coming in with a mouth full of truth. How dare you suggest that parents know who their children hang with? That was basically my suggestion. Hello, Pam. Pam says, oh, thank you for military moms. I'm going to Fort Sill the weekend before Mother's Day for grandson's graduation. Going to get my daughter. She lives in Muskogee. I didn't know you were an Okie, Pam. Talking about my stomping grounds. Sarah says, Brooks, you know, people don't like honest people telling the truth. And I guess that's what it is. Because I can't take my eyes off of this mess. I mean, I can't take my eyes off of it. And now that stuff's coming out, I'm trying to find it. Hang on. Father of missing. Hang on. Okay, I'm going to put this up real quick. Selena says, how late was the doctor yesterday? I'm not quite sure. C-Star, we need to educate the masses. Exactly. Thank God for us. What would these people do without us? We're here to help, damn it. Don't even realize what's going on.
Still in shock with this next horrific story. An investigation is underway in eastern Oklahoma after a tragic discovery. 7 bodies found on a rural.
I wouldn't call it eastern Oklahoma. Okmulgee County is it's like an hour and a half. Well, it's not even that far. Henrietta's about an hour south of me, and I'm outside of Tulsa. Eastern Oklahoma would be more like Muskogee, Tahlequah, Miami, Veneta, Claremore. But okay, whatever. This is not a geography lesson.
Property on Monday. Police were there searching for 2 missing teenage girls, 14-year-old Ivy Webster and 16-year-old Brittany Brewer, after they did not return back home on Sunday after they were visiting with a friend. That friend's stepfather, Jesse McFadden, was a convicted rapist, and he was due in court on charges related to allegedly sexting with a minor. Parents of the teen girls said they had no idea, and they want to know how McFadden was allowed to live in a home with children and also have access to other kids, including theirs. Police found the bodies of the missing teens and McFadden dead on his property this week, along with McFadden's wife and her 3 children. The sheriff is not revealing much at this hour, but says investigators have all of the information they need, and they do not believe there is now a threat to that community. Here with me this morning is Nathan Brewer. He is Brittany Brewer's dad. Nathan, there really are no adequate words to express my sympathy and my condolences to you. My heart breaks as a parent, as a person, for what you are going through. Thank you for giving us a moment to remember and honor your daughter this morning.
Thank you.
In your grief, do you have any more clarity about what happened and why?
Not exactly at this point.
We have spoken with Ivy's parents here at News Nation, and they said to us that they're not getting a lot of information from police and investigators. Is that true for you and your family, Nathan?
Exactly. We not really much. Only thing now that they've been saying.
I'm getting so tired of News Nation doing this. They know better. They know how the cow ate the cabbage. They know that law enforcement doesn't let people in on their investigation, but they just love to stir that turd, don't they?
Is how she died.
And what are they telling you?
That she died from a gunshot wound to the head.
That's hard to process.
Yes, it is.
What else are they doing right now on that property?
As far as I know, they're still doing their final searches and doing their investigation. Sorry.
So tell me about that sleepover and the teens getting together on Friday. What did you know about their plans?
They were supposed to go to Tulsa to the mall. And then while I was at work, Brittany came back and told her stepmom that they were going to go swimming, and she got her swimsuit and a towel and left again. And that was the last time she saw Brittany. And the last time I saw Brittany was on Saturday.
And tell me about that interaction, what the two of you talked about.
We had just gone to do a fundraiser for her youth camp that she was supposed to be going to in this summer. And we just got done doing that. And when I came back to the house and dropped her off, and Jesse and Tiffany and Ivy were here to pick her up.
So did you know Jesse McFadden at all? What was your interaction with him?
Brittany had spent weekends with him for about 2 years. And I had met Jesse twice, and nothing had come alarming to me that he would even be, a registered sex offender or anything. And I learned all that news when I was downloading my video surveillance at my house of Brittany leaving and getting into his vehicle and his license plate number.
So you had no knowledge of his criminal past or the fact that he was due in court on child porn charges even as recently as this week?
Not at all. And that's why I have got all the information to my local legislation, and I'm going to push for the House, for at least for House and Senate, to try to pass a bill. And at least Oklahoma, I wanted to go nationwide, but to be either an alert system like a silver alert, amber alert system. When people get out that is registered sex offenders, you get a mass text of their name and what state they are registering in.
Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Good morning. Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
You okay?
In truth, I've had food poisoning since last night, but
Oh,
we'll carry on as best we can.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break or anything, just
If I do, I'll let you know.
okay. All right. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder. During direct examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis. Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our department many years ago, did he believe that this existed? He said, I don't know, I have never seen it. And this is the kind of resistance there is to it. It's becoming more recognized, and it's in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now, so that it's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it. In your book, you mentioned that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that, where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, a very, very well-respected psychiatrist, wrote about it, and it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
No, I don't. Wait one moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro?
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making, that where I agreed to assist them, but I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Had to do with him being a psychopath?
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
right.
Is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There was a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The original.
I did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociative identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that, to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field, where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, well, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now? Who?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive.
No, that
Wouldn't mean anything to you?
well, that alone, no, that's very little bit. However, if you, let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school, notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that, any legal issues. That is the kind of thing where, well, we've found, for example, in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used, and that was used at different times.
And so if I could, Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times, I have no recollection of what happened, and there's no explanation of.
I'm sorry.
Cell phones off, please.
I think it may be.
That's your cell phone, Dr. Lewis?
I think it might be, I can
Okay.
assist.
All right.
Mozart.
It's very nice. Yeah, can you turn it silent?
I'm trying to find it.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Well, okay, this should do it.
Okay.
Let's,
I'm going to give it to Eric.
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last.
I'll
question.
re-ask it. You ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at, and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true, because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And, but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Letecia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that yesterday.
Can you point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what, was it in an interview or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so, and I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X
Yes.
amount of time to talk to you.
Right, yes,
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's
Yeah.
pretty significant.
I think so, yes. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Um, Here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Letecia
Yes,
notes.
Dr. Lewis,
relatives.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes,
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
no. Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Letecia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says, Letecia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times and you know that you need to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert to the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No, when
You have
I,
obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
well, when I am sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning,
And
yes.
it's so important you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No, it was
Why
written.
wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, that's the only corroboration you have. Why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir. This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, gee, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? Did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh yeah, she was in an altered state, when no, she was in an unmarried state, or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, how come that early? I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Well,
It's
here,
significant to you
Yeah.
that family members, including her daughter, Harvey Hunt, her husband, Al Stauch, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities.
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways the ways things are asked make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody knows.
before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay? You consider that there was no evidence by family members that she had no patients that she had disassociated.
That specifically, I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. It may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said
I think we got what
she
your
called
note
herself
says,
that.
doctor. Okay.
Well, that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's a whole constellation of of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters
Okay,
particularly.
let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Ms. Stauch drew, I forget the name of the test, where they draw the clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know, I call it clock.
We'll call it the clock test. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I've seen before on with like older patients who have been actually demented. And I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas. And so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual, and I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way, so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is the section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time. But
Did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? Pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock,
she
knowing.
didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down, it moves back and forth, and a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you
no.
know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
Said you reviewed the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I am not aware. I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort? And so I said, oh, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and then pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw, because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior tests that Ms. Stauch took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done, no.
Okay, if I can just have a second. For the clock test that Dr. Torres did. Something else. Yeah, okay. You know, may I retrieve an exhibit? It's people 736.
You may. Recall it, it's in a,
Where it's at.
it's in a single sleeve, if I remember right.
That's fair. She did. How about that, Dr. Lewis? We've got a couple exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to do. Here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show you.
There,
this
yeah.
exhibit,
Yeah.
736, okay? You see there in the top right-hand corner,
yes,
picture of a clock?
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock and, see what it said, draw a clock, 10 past, what is it, 10 past 11? No, it's,
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that, at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. I am puzzled by this phenomenon and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, and we were
and-
talking about insanity, doctor. We're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of the crime and
So a test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time?
Yes,
Like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
and before and during. It changed there. I was with her. And when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay, I'm going to stop you again,
Yeah.
doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it, yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching. And I
Colorado, correct?
I don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
It's misrepresenting the evidence. She was questioned about bookcase that fell in 2011 as supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. Objections overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it if I saw it, to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So it could be.
Well, if she was examined by a sane nurse and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries, would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel, because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium, and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist. But
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again. Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did, I don't know. But it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the other side.
I want to talk about psychosis for a while, okay? In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic.
I'm talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
Certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem?
There are many different
Let's
concepts.
just stick to this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends, and insanity.
Okay to agree with me, doctor.
Well, no, all that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is. And, you could have given another story and I would have agreed with it or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
In that circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How did you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what a psychotic episode can be like. And
Well-
I'll buy that that could be one. Sure thing.
I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. He would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Right?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. Say, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. Right afterwards, a person can say, oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened. There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and rendering an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? How describe that? How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of, quote, sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
Better on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you can get that that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. You know, even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before, during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No,
Think that would be important to look at, what she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't, I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever, but
Okay, we'll play
I
it.
don't recall it.
Not a problem. We don't have one. We can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old, saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again, much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. That so that's the part of that. I'm assuming it's the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Well, do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? We talked about it on
Yeah.
a little bit. Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes,
Okay. We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
the rest of the text. If you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, how's
Yeah.
that? So the boss returns, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
Remember seeing anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed lackey, if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she's isn't stupid. There's something
let me
wrong
stop you, doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Could it be that you just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
And she had other things to do that day? She didn't want to go to work?
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math. Okay.
Okay. She was also able to call in to Gannon's school and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You seen that?
Absolutely.
Nothing psychotic about that.
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in. To be calling in one person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that, so that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's going to be doing.
I don't know. It could have had to do with planning.
Okay. And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stauch, saying, hey, well, let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Said he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No.
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir. Could
The fact
you?
that she calls into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar. It's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill, blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying? Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stauch. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing. No.
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon.
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. They go to Petco. Remember that part?
Yeah, in parts. Yeah.
And they take Al Stauch's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that actually I thought it was her truck. Could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. See sweats with a white stripe going down them. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing, but again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say, this is what we're seeing now. So that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's, it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's
Yeah.
homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decide to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Oh, was that
Maybe.
buying cat toys? Was it? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, you know, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more, I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know, and I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a stretch to say she did know right from wrong? The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents.
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's.
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving to Petco with Gannon?
I don't know. I think you would have to, you know, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving to Petco with Gannon that day?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two, but I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No,
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing. And
I'm just
she was
asking
doing
if she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No,
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other
no, or not,
or arguing with each other?
or not.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds,
Right.
and a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah. Some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So
And-
there
Fighting back, right?
looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds, three in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already talked
Mhm.
about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me, because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him.
Well,
That I don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur, where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this. I
Okay,
can
well,
only
let's
say there are at least two possibilities.
let's move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
Fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e. some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from, or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report. But,
well, let me stop you right there, because in your report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball. Remember writing that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the 4 themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
Why does the object
Puzzled.
matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her. I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Right.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull. Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about the.
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him and that he loved her. And
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does that tell you she has the capacity to use it and reflection? It's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was I could see a gun in my hand, and I do not know what was going through her head or why there was a gun or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. It is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't
understanding.
know that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with regards
I
to.
think that's a leap. Her actions mean nothing to me. No.
Well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is I can't be certain what was going on in her head because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this, whatever the blunt instrument was? When did it happen? And then when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
Well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room. She stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
It would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase afterwards?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Ann's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room. You seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. And went to some friend's house, didn't come. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. I don't think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly sounds out of touch with reality.
When someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No,
Looking around.
wrong. No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in the storage room underneath a bunch of boxes in a suitcase?
Particularly if the person does not know that she has done that, or that this is what the status is. That, you know, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she is reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic. Did she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened?
Well, let's talk about the next day then, if she remembers. Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically here.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al, her husband, at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can. Yeah. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing him, putting him in the suitcase, hiding him in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the Tiguan, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know, because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is, she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking.
No, that's what she's saying. What actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and Al and her went home. That's what happened. What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's psychotic, correct?
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good time to stop.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we will see you back at 10:40. All rise to the jury, please. Yeah. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 10:40.
All rise.
Woo! That was insane. That was totally insane. Dr. Lewis obviously is good at going to school. She's got more degrees than a thermometer. Okay, she's good at that. But my God, when you hear the attorney say, you need to answer the question. We're not going to go off on some wild ass, just talking because you want to talk. This is nuts. They brought up the movie Sybil. Rendy says perhaps they should have figured out the doctor's competency before bringing her in. Yeah. It's sad to watch. And I don't really think it has as much to do with her age. It just has to do with her opinion on the matter. Maria says, Brooks, are you well after this? I'm getting there. She can't show up on time. Now this morning, she's got the spits and the shits because she has food poisoning. You've got to be kidding me. It doesn't work that way. If you're the expert, then you at least need to know what time it is. Fine Art says she talks like I email, huh, Brooks? Cute. Very funny. If the jury knows what time to be there and they're not getting paid, then the expert who's getting paid needs to know exactly what time to be there. Well, thank you for the super sticker, Sammy. Thank you so much. Vegan Claire said she is really disrespectful to Gannon, the victim of a sadistic bitch, and that's exactly what's going on. And someone needs to help me. What is this clock test? If you draw a clock a certain way, you have DID? My God, no. No. No way. Makes zero sense to me. My mouse is not working. By the way, I'm still working on clipping the last show. Because like I said, Eddie and the Cruisers messed us up, but that's all right. Sarah said this woman has no right to say anything about Al. That's what I'm not understanding. We do have a society of women. I'm not friends with any of them, but they are real man haters. And I mean big time. They don't like men at all. They'll let a man pay their bills. They'll jump on the pogo stick. But other than that, they can't stand men. And I'm wondering if that's not her thing. Because she's got all kinds of shit to say about Al, and she's got all kinds of shit to say about Harley's dad. They're not the problem. They're not the problem. The problem is Letecia is a homicidal maniac. Well, look at that. Sal, thank you for the super sticker. Says, thank you for putting up with me in chat. Always. You know, Sal, you're one of the original members. Isn't that hard to believe? I love it. Oh, man, what to do? I just don't even know what to make out of all this. I mean, it's really horrific. And it's such a brutal, brutal crime. Let's face it, she left no stone unturned. Okay? Not one. She burned him. She beat him. She drugged him. She shot him. She stabbed him. How does that happen? Unless you're a homicidal maniac. Thank you, Kat. Kat says, it's normal for the witness to cause more problems for the judge than a defendant asking for a friend. I'm your friend, Kat, and I'm wondering the same damn thing. How can you have not just a witness? This isn't someone that knows Letecia and bought her a drink one time. This is their expert. The havoc is real. And I'm not liking it. It's sloppy. That's how I'm going to say it. It's absolutely sloppy. Oh, my gosh. Trying to find something to put on. Because, you know, I'm all over this situation in Oklahoma. That's what I'm looking for. Hang on one second.
Yes. He has his friend Sonny Summers with him for moral support. Joe, I am just so sorry for you and what your family is dealing with and going through. Have you heard any more information or details from authorities about this crime?
No, I've got one phone call, and that phone call was yesterday saying they found 7 bodies, and that's the only thing I've heard.
Who was it that made that phone call?
It was some investigator down there doing at the property, but that's all I know.
And an investigator was able to inform you of the fate of your daughter?
They said just 7 victims. They didn't tell me who it was.
How did you find out?
Facebook, the news on the online, and Holly's mother finally said or posted that it was the kids when they said on there confirmed.
So you've had no outreach, no contact from authorities in any way, even just for emotional support in this terrible crime?
No, not at all.
News Nation has got to stop it. Beigefield knows better than this. What do you mean the authorities are going to give them emotional support? It doesn't work that way. You don't want the authorities around your ass. Period. You've got your friend Sonny. You've got friends. You don't want the sheriff coming out to your house. They have jobs to do. I'm so sick of News Nation.
I am so sorry to hear that, Joe. Did you know anything about this perpetrator, this stepfather of Tiffany's, Jesse McFadden? Did you know anything about his history as a registered sex offender and as a rapist?
No, because my daughter would not have spent a second in the house. I would have brought the whole damn police force with me, or I would have dragged him out by the nape of his head.
Holly never mentioned anything at all to you about this.
No, the only thing we ever talked about was at the beginning of their relationship. We had an understanding that no one would be around the kids unless we both agreed upon it, and we did a background check, and we were okay with it. I asked if there was a background check. She said yes, nothing was there.
So you were lied to about the background, because as we're learning now from the children's grandmother, Jan Mayo, Holly did find out about the criminal background, but unfortunately, this
She was lied to
beast,
herself.
Jesse McFadden.
She wasn't lied to. And I am not disparaging the dead. I can look his background up. I pulled it up for you guys yesterday. It took me a couple clicks and a whistle, and I had it up. He's on the sex offender list. And Brittany's dad is saying that he wants some kind of alert when someone is let out of jail, that they're on the sex offender list. We already have that, but you got to pay attention. You have to pay attention. And you also don't marry these people. You don't bed down with them.
And hired an actress to lie to her to say that she was the rape victim and that it was all a misunderstanding. Do you think that's why Holly didn't tell you?
I don't know. I know that from the bottom of my heart, I know that if any one of them would have told me anything, I would have been there. Period. I'd have been there. I don't care. Ex-wife, not. I'd have been there.
What was your last communication with your daughter, Tiffany?
It was last Thursday. I talked with her a little bit after, as I was talking with Holly. The kids were talking to me in the background. All the kids. I don't care. The older two aren't biologically mine, but I was there since Riley was 1, and Michael James wasn't even born. And we were married 13 years.
Those are
my
all his kids. They all look to him as daddy.
So this is an additional blow. I didn't know that. I didn't know you had a close relationship with the other kids, Riley and Michael, and you had a chance to speak on the phone.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even a few months ago. Me and Holly were still talking about possibilities of me going through the legal system and still adopting the older two.
Even though she had married Jesse McFadden?
Yes.
Do you have any
Those
thoughts
kids-
as to why she might have been thinking that you could adopt the children when she was married to someone else?
Because we've been working on it for over 10 years.
They loved him. They didn't look at nobody else as their daddy.
They
This
came-
is their daddy right here.
They came to me the last season of Darren Track and was like, Dad, we know you're not our biological dad, but we don't care. You're our dad.
So Riley and Michael called you dad as well?
Yes.
I am just so sorry for what you're going through. This is just, it's such a tremendous, I mean, it's an unimaginable loss that what's happened. At this point, do you hold anyone responsible for having let Jesse McFadden out of prison? It looks like 3 years early, while a crime had been committed in prison, a crime that was similar to the crime he committed that got him into prison.
Yeah, he never should have been let out. The legal system completely failed. And not to mention, where's the sign? Where's the pink light? Where's all the indicators of somebody that's supposed to be a registered sex offender?
Somebody dropped the ball. Joe was kept in the dark. He didn't know anything about this guy's past. We didn't know anything about this guy's past until yesterday when it started popping up. And we're learning more and more about it in real time right now.
Sorry. Sorry. I feel bad for you. I do. I do. Don't think I didn't find everything I could dig up and more when my ex-husband remarried. I mean, I knew all about her. I knew about her ex. I knew about her mama, her daddy, her sister down in Tallahena. I knew all of it. And they're actually very nice people. Super nice people. We're still good friends. Didn't work out for her and my ex, but that's how it goes. You know what? They say one person's trash is another person's treasure, but the joke was on her. But I knew everything. And I mean, like I said, more. When my kids would go to play at the Moses' house or the Humphreys' house or the Shook's house, I know all these people. So when they're sitting there in 2023 saying that we trusted the ex, no, Sling Blade, you don't trust your ex to do shit. She's getting her groove on. She's not doing this. She's not looking up what's going on with her boyfriend. You kidding me? Woo! Insane. You really think? I mean, she's stocking up on the Adam and Eve, the KY, the scents and jellies. She's trying to look all good for the registered sex offender that just got out of jail for rape. She's got wooing to do. She's not. You're going to trust her? No. Do your own homework.
Start back into the case. There's two things that I need to address that have come to my attention. One is I've issued general orders regarding usage of cell phones, video cameras, all of that stuff. What we have provided for the general public is that they can capture what is being broadcast as a webinar. They can rebroadcast that, and that's fine. Everyone here needs to understand, everyone in this courtroom is prohibited at any point in time from audio or video recording any part of this proceeding in the courtroom. Don't have your phones out. There's not a reason for it. There are press that are here that may be part of pool press. They may be part of some other commercial entity for press, and that's fine. But even they are not recording any part of this proceeding. If that happens, it could be, number one, your phone gets confiscated. It could be, number two, you face direct contempt proceedings with me. Don't do it. Second issue is, I know that we have some people from out of town. I know that we have some people from out of state. And I know that perhaps they're not familiar with the laws in the state of Colorado or the etiquette and procedures for this courtroom and this building. This entire building, the El Paso County Combined Courts, in its entirety, is a non-smoking facility. Also understand, we have cameras everywhere in the building. So when you leave this courtroom and you go down a hallway, and then you go into a stairwell, and you're smoking, we know who it is. Especially if you've been warned about it before and you go down to another stairwell and smoke. I want to be very clear. There is no smoking of either tobacco or marijuana products anywhere in the courthouse at any point in time. Anybody who is here that I learn continues to do that, I may bar from the courthouse pending the outcome of this trial. So, two things: no phones, no smoking. Let me ask, anybody in the gallery have any questions about that? Raise your hand. No response. All right. I'll take that as everybody that's in the courtroom understands my message clearly, and I don't have to take any further action regarding it. Is there anything else that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. All rise for the jury, please. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of cross-examination. That's where we will resume.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You can call that this morning. Now, the fact that she moves the body from the storage room to the Tiguan and then to the airport, is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to say, to conclude that she certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, correct?
Perhaps. The body was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one and it was in the T1. Yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes.
Rational thinking?
That's a leap. Thinking, yes.
Okay. Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the T1 at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. You remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
Body's in your car, you might want to avoid going anywhere near that car so that you're not involved with it. So that I think it would be speculating to say this is why or that's why. We don't know why.
That's fair. But we do know that she goes back to the airport once again on the 28th at 7 p.m. Correct? You remember that?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why she's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it. It would be speculation without finding out more.
Well, is it evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No.
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on our Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
No, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. Don't talk to the police. That kind of thing. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. Knowing right from wrong is such an abstract. It's hard to comment on that.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong. Didn't think it was wrong to kill him, right?
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him?
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. You're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong and trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know. I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body?
Maybe, don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body?
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
But don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020, she meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but
And she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home, is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then. Did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport, where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in the short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night, by her place of employment. Massage Envy, you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview you. Remember that evidence?
Again, I've probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the Tiguan?
Yes.
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
That I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's Blackie. It is
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got.
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's
What about smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart doesn't quite hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's great. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
Setting up the story.
again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this. But I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. It if a little bit of it is seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy.
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder?
Who may have.
Where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about. I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No.
Nothing crazy about that, right?
Don't know the ultimate, but
That Altima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
yes, I think so, yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stauch disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me, no.
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has a capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
In my opinion, that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body. You just don't do that.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did it.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough? You go get it. I'm driving to Florida, be better off in the Gulf of Mexico than where it was at. Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your implication in a death, to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest people.
Necessarily panicky, not smart.
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van, and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. Surely you know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter.
That's something you remember from reading in the police reports?
From perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets. What else? Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong during that trip?
I have to say, I see neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body, and the body of a child that you allegedly loved, in the back of your car. There is.
I'm glad you used the word allegedly there, because you're familiar with a search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement, "I don't like my stepson."
Kind of contradicts what you've been saying the whole.
I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong, and she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
A bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay. Yeah.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I want to talk about the interview that you had with her, the forensic interview that took place over a period of 3 days in November. Okay. I'm going to play some clips of those interviews with you. But before I do that, going into this interview, do you have any concerns that Ms. Stauch may not be truthful with you during the interview?
Of course.
Skepticism, right? That we talked about yesterday.
Of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more clearly, because I have not seen it as clearly or heard it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would.
There's a TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here, so you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
let me figure it out.
You tell me, and then we'll start when you're ready. We're gonna go.
I wonder, can we move this back a little, and can we see? Can I hear this clearly?
You're gonna be able to. You're gonna be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you right here. So that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, doctor. I'm going to ask you some questions after the clips. Okay. And so this one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm going to try from sitting there and see how it works out. And then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I can jot it down and recall it.
No problem.
And I can
Do
just.
we have a
wait,
pad or
Mr.
something?
Delaney,
Yeah.
While you're, when you come back, it's okay. When you come back, if you hit both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better.
Okay. That?
Yep, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video is paused so we can see the image. Do you see Miss Stauch there in the center of the video?
Yes.
Who are the other two people behind her?
I see Caitlin and I see the foot. I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is that?
Mr. Twain?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Miss Stauch is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on?
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your.
Yeah, I'm just trying to turn it.
Oh, okay. It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What would you call your children? Well, I don't necessarily call them names, but like, how can I get to stay when you talk to them, like, when you call them, so I can call them the same. No, I mean, for example, the Mr. meeting or I don't know, Josh, you go down, yeah. Do all of you? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're sometimes, like Maria called me, and then, no, like Maria sometimes calls them Band-Aid. She is called B-A-D-J. Like if that would be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but like, that's all she gets mad at. But they always asshole. Yeah. Really? I mean, he's not really an asshole, but like, yeah, that's hard. No, you know, that's, I know Spanish, well, she does, but no, she transformed. Well, I mean, yeah, basic, but if you follow her, she knows Spanish. Who knows? Forgiveness. Maria knows French, yeah. That's in any other language. No, I know that my friend said she's taught Russian or. But, Red is sitting for her. I don't, and you're not aware of any Russian kind of aspect of you. I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there, and I've had to adapt to them, and I know that I'm able to talk to people there. We're still, I still live. What you're telling me. I'm good, John. Yeah. I've been to all the islands of the Caribbean islands. Yeah. And I've been to Dubai.
So I need to sit back further and
just,
it's too hard to see her from here. Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
I can help you out. We paused it at 13:11.
Let's see what,
See what we can do here.
yeah. And if we just move that around there, maybe,
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
yeah, okay.
You want to sit back?
Let me see if I can see and hear, this looks a whole lot better.
That looks better.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
I think, however, I think this is better.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asked any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when it's a question, then I'll just
Okay.
turn her that way.
We can do that.
Okay with Mr. Young?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 13:11.
What, the date of this, just so I have.
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay, here we go.
She's a princess. She wants to buy nothing. She's a princess. She wants to buy. She's not on point of view, or she is. And so Jess, at one part, she's risky. Like she doesn't look as like she's very risky. What do you call it? Like risky? Yeah, like. I'm gonna say it. Like, don't get me in trouble.
Yes.
Can't go out, party alone. I'm not a partner.
You're not a part of it.
So I was just getting the picture. So like what happened is something really happened to her, they're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressful will happen and then I'll just end up right somewhere, end up on the plane. Do you know how you got to the plane? It's like my body goes through the motions. Like obviously I gotta get a passport, buy a ticket, but then I don't really remember doing all of it.
You don't remember.
I know it sounds crazy, well, it does. But like, okay, so like, if you see my credit card's by me, and I'm like, oh, okay. Obviously she did it, because obviously it's under my name, it's easy to, and my body's gotta know that's whose credit card you got funds to be able to pay for it, but yet at the same time, like, I won't know I've done it until I'm on the plane, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm going to this place, or I'm going to that place, find yourself somewhere. Not even the plane. I did it a lot, even in the past. You just drinking wine, like, oh, I didn't remember when it's wine bottle. Simple things like that, all the way up until being in another country. I did that a lot where my daughter's even texting me, like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am.
Because, and where were you?
One time I was in Jamaica.
So you were there, fine.
Oh, I got a plane to go to Jamaica, but I was also at work that morning and ended up meeting with my.
Well, so maybe Josh can work it out.
Okay, we stopped it at 15:44. Okay. So I'm more than happy to help out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there, so.
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
Or perhaps if someone could reread it and,
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
Right.
Okay. In the beginning, you asked the question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question?
Yeah.
Why did you ask it that way?
It's something fantasy that where she had talked about other, and that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but I, knowing myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
She talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, but it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Well,
We're gonna-
this is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian. It's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of caught my ear from my husband's family. I too did anything speak Spanish. I don't know whether any speak it or whether this is part of it is that sounds speaks
And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish.
As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
It's possible.
Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there.
If she had in fact been to Dubai, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right?
I suppose. I don't think I took it that.
You mean you don't think that she went to Dubai?
Are you saying Dubai, really?
Yeah.
Likely to be at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, if she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we think we've been there, that at that time that she had been to Dubai, she has a whole history of going to all sorts of different. But she has gone to several which. Here,
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time, things like that, that you can corroborate, right?
if at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah. I think that it was testimony.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview?
Oh,
How,
yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because
you know what?
went there, and I think she had gone there.
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
You had the same trouble I did.
we're having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
You did say Alaska.
Oh, she did?
Sir.
Okay.
Not only that, your head is spinning when you look this stuff. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska. So I was in real suffering. And Alaska, and I believe it. I think in my notes I had down that he didn't. There's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. Do you remember that?
It's something like that. And I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
A triggering event?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to, just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this? Would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. No, that's for the record, doctor, just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay. And play.
They're being projected as some monster and like you don't know, and like looking around and you like, this is not me. I don't do these things and I don't know. You know what I'm saying? This made this whatever.
Is it possible that you did state?
Yeah. If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? There was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a low one of mine. You see what I'm saying?
You know,
Yep.
again, I did not see him. What? See him? Yes, you see it. As said, I did not do that. I did this, not to put that, whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it is, you know, you do get some pretty wacky stories about you think. There is a possibility, it's not clear that what. Do you think that's a possibility?
Oh, I said that from the beginning, but I all over the place because I really same job.
Is it possible you do that when you're on state?
I was in a what state?
Stay in one of these states where you were together.
Oh yeah, I said that definitely. I know that, but I was not an intention to hurt Anna. Like it was never like no, absolutely not. I love Anna. I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I had these kids who were coast to coast, country to country.
Yeah.
Like that's not what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there are other people hurting this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. Would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't feel like I was doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just gonna blame my entire life and everybody else's. That's not how it works. These people here do this stuff, I don't. You know, really possible. This doesn't know what that's.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't take somebody out to go shopping, do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the planet.
That day you were born.
Yes. So I don't like, I don't even understand this. That's just not how it works. You don't pay somebody out to Lowe's for this amount of time. You don't go do this, you don't go do this. Like, I don't get it. I've had this kid in Mexico, Alaska, all these places, not a scratch on their body.
Tell me what's more.
When you were in Australia. Yes. When? I think it was 2017 or maybe 18.
How did you find it?
I went with people. Get my records to see where I went. But I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam. And
Care dance.
I don't think they live with us then.
Sitting from time to time. They want to get away from this life.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially like they're gone for the summer. I just be on. Just be kids for both. There's a lot of like work. Like bored. Yeah, like that was my life. I would rather packing up all stuff, just taking everybody back home to South Carolina, and taking care of everybody. My life was much easier like that. Cause I can help there. But no, they're no, Landon's mom. Landon, which was Gannon's mom's mom.
Yeah. Again, this is Gannon's grandma.
She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person to help me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything. If I could call, I could help. I had other people who programs that I can be like, great, I need to go do this. I can drop them up here for the day. I had support.
My first talk with Josh. I asked him what happened. And, you know, he's, well, by the way, what you would say, was there, brother. And he said that he left a list, gave him a list of 12 explanations that he gave for what happened.
Because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a real flashback or not.
Yeah.
Then I'll have a nightmare about something, so I don't know if the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare becomes real. So then I wake up and think that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and I'll try to put together something and it's like, it's really happening. Because then I told you earlier that I didn't know if something's really going on, or if this was real or not. Remember I said I thought this was just one big nightmare. But so, any of it, it's all running together. Because sometimes I don't know what's going on, what's really not going on. You know what I mean? Then 1 minute something can happen and I'll switch personality and someone will say, and the other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, not schizophrenic voice, easy. And they'd be like, my other voice, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me why I can tell you 100% that I remember, sitting on the couch, somebody knock, being in the garage, remember I being in the garage, I'm go look at the windows, look at someone outside. Seeing someone downstairs, that was the things I 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what's going on. So that's what I guess was like this dream or fantasy or
that you have that influences what you think.
But no, I don't think. What's the control? But I don't know. How do I know? It could be. How do I know? There's people or something. I don't know. But I'm saying though, but you don't know because, well, one person's telling me this. How do I know? Because this person could be trying to go with that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person was really doing? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. I know, but I'm talking about them. I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because one minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing experiments. So how do we know? Whether we're in some computer state. And it's not possible. What happened? It's not gonna work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. Dude, I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. Wouldn't care. But I see the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know, you're there lost. Because there are probably little things that you should remember what happened to get rid of. Yeah, where he's tossed and this or that, it might have to do. But it makes sense. She's a good memory for.
Yeah.
And there's probably a good reason for why you don't. And, you know, you got that stuff. It's a lot of preference. But let's try to find out why. I absolutely believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is a crime? Okay. Because I wish I would have just lived when he asked me just a kid. I don't know when face. I don't know about the face kid charges. But who else did he didn't want me to leave at night until hour. God should have just did it. Isn't that a brilliant idea? I know, but at least you've been saved. At least you've been on the East Coast saved. Everybody saved. He wanted to go with me. He knew I was leaving. He wanted to go with me. He did. He said, whatever. Mommy and Mommy, I could stay with you and stay with Mommy and Mommy. It was fine. His mommy, his nana, his poppy, whatever. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast. Is that your mom? No, his mommy. What? No.
His family.
Yeah, his family lived there from here.
Yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. He was like, just take me to you. And I said, son, it cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you. And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine. So I said, what? So what? I don't know. You gotta add that to the mix. Add that added on to me, trying to figure out. I was trying to leave, but yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe because I didn't want to leave them safe. You don't realize that the kids playing that again, and if I would have left them, They would not have been taken care of. Yes, money's not everything. They would have had what they needed financially. They would not have anybody to take care of their academics. They would not have anybody to take care of their school stuff like, oh, it's just a day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them?
Did you ever post in mind that maybe he had it instead of off?
No, absolutely not. I wanted them. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off at my mother. She's drug addict. And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands as the guard I've taken care of them. Right? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she could get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, the woman can get custody back if I help her, because I'm the one that reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help her get custody back to her. How am I going to do this? Do it correctly. Make sure she has a home.
It's killing again.
Gannon doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Gannon dying has nothing to do with that.
Pregnancy out of the airport.
I didn't come up with any idea of him die. My point is getting him safely to his mother. Would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out with her, but talking to her, getting her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She's a drug addict. Drug addicts don't listen. They repeat the same cycle over and over and over. So I didn't lose the battle. Should have just took them with me, started with school cross country, and then just been like, oh, well, one of y'all need to figure it out how to become better here. That's what she did. Love that day. That's what I should have did.
Okay, we started at 147:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey. That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon and she had to forget. At that point, I was kind of, what in the hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Toomey is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then if there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Toomey can ask you about that, okay? Is that fair?
I thought I was responding to it.
No, I want to talk about, well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch, the fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that this demonstrated that. It's credible to say. But there was something incredibly puzzling about who wanted to be with whom she loved, whom she was taking care of. I found it utterly confusing.
Do you think that might be a stressor that Miss Stauch talks about? The fact that an 11-year-old boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
well, let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on mother, depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or words to that effect.
Yeah.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one bed apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from her, what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this? Trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Ms. Stauch could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your pardon.
Ms. Stauch could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely. It was,
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
they had said that she was
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her.
Yes, it was kind of an open question to Mr. Toomey. And also, really, it was open to her also. You remember what was going on. In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making complete sense.
And a couple of times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions?
Yes.
I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview?
Well, I think that if this has not come up previously and it has not been part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of, it was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when you were thinking these things? It did not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence, questions, other data that she did seem to go. This was the rush. Already, it wasn't adding, oh gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. I think it's possible. It's really possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity, that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous discussions, and that I was not introducing a new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that possible that this or you are in the fun. I didn't know.
Okay. Your Honor, the next clip is about 7 minutes long. We can play that or whatever the court wants to do as far as lunch goes.
I assume you're going to have some follow-up.
Probably.
Clip. It's probably better to play the clip nearer in time to when the follow-up is as opposed to.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. I have everyone back in the jury room at 1:20. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So, Dr. Lewis, what can we do to make sure that you're here and ready to go at 1:20? What do you need? Right. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because you were supposed to be here yesterday at 9, weren't. We're supposed to be here yesterday at 1 o'clock, weren't. We're supposed to be here this morning at 9 o'clock and weren't. So we need to start. We need to have everybody, whatever it is that needs to be done in such a fashion so that we're here ready to start at 1:20. Is there anything that I can do to help make sure that that happens?
I will make an effort to.
Okay.
The attorney, Your Honor, I did call last night at 4.
I understand that.
Take it.
Okay.
That's why there was a difficulty, because I thought maybe I didn't want to be late for you.
Right.
Make it in the afternoon or tomorrow, because I was quite ill.
Feeling better now? Are you feeling better now? Right now? Good. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will hope that that will continue. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Communicate with Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook in whatever fashion that you need to communicate so that we will have everybody here in place ready to go at 1:20 because the jury's waiting. Everybody's waiting on that. In addition, counsel approach, please. It'll be in recess until 1:20 then.
All rise.
The judge has got the patience of Job. What can we do to make sure you're here at 1:20 Mountain Time? I hope he explained time zones because they're in Colorado. That's 2:20 for people in Oklahoma. What the hell? She said she had food poisoning, so she's spitting and shitting, but now she fell on the floor. Well, then you would be in the hospital. Let me tell you something right now. Someone that age falls down, it's no joke. Is she a liar? Is Dr. Lewis lying to us? I don't know. I pinned the link. Rowena asked for it. I saw several people say, are you putting the link up? The link is up. What a good point, Sal. Hang on. Sal said, where the hell does she go? She's in a wheelchair. So how did she fall last night? She's in a wheelchair. Did she fall out of the wheelchair? I mean, I hope not. But come on. This is getting more and more ridiculous. And I missed a couple of the super chats and the gift memberships. I don't know what the hell is going on. Oh, there's Jules. What's going on, Jules? You're muted, Jules.
Hello? Am I still muted?
No, you're good. I can hear you loud and clear. What's going on? What are you thinking about all this nonsense?
I'm pissed off at this woman. If she does not say Gannon's name, I want to go through the TV and choke it out of her.
Woo! Talk to me. And that is one thing about her type of psychology. They advocate more for the murderer than the victim. The victim is no longer here, so they can't do anything for them. So they're here to save the murderer.
Right. The victim's not here because of the murderer. Lying, crazy old bat.
Well, that's brass tacks for you, Jules. I mean, that's what happens.
Oh. Okay. Who's coming up here?
Annette said, doctor is passive aggressive. She's gonna be late. Yeah, I like when she said, well, I mean, she's basically just saying, I'll do what I can. Hang on, I'll be right back. Jules, talk to everybody. I'll be right back.
How come she had food poisoning this morning and a while ago she just fell? Question for me. And y'all already know I've been day drinking, so I don't understand that. She's lying. She just mysteriously got food poisoning to stay up all night and try to catch up on this case that she knows nothing about. This is all just my drunken opinion. And I can't see chat, y'all, so I don't know what's going on in chat.
Okay, I'm back. I'm having a hell of a week, Jules. I'm back.
Yeah,
well, I had the spectators come this morning because, we're having company this week. People coming in for the wedding. And I just had a lady text me, and she's like, I brought your box wine. Well, it's not to come here, idiot. But that's okay. We'll figure that out later.
I'm going through the same things right now. My son's is coming up in just a couple of weeks. So
I'm like, just leave me with one box of wine, but the rest go out to Skiatook.
I told the chat I'm kind of tipsy chatting today.
Are you day drinking, Jules?
I am. I spiked my coffee.
What to do?
Yeah, I can't. This lady, she got food poison, and then she was up going through files trying to catch up, and now she fell last night, and she don't know shit.
Sympathizes with Ted Bundy. She believes if he was coddled more as a child and was breastfed, well, guess what? Not everyone can breastfeed. It's not that easy to do. I did it with 3 months.
Not everybody wants to breastfeed.
No, I mean, obviously, I agree with her. It's better for the child. It is. I mean, hands down.
Yes, I agree with that. It is. But
the minute mine started cutting teeth, I was done. I was like, no, that's it.
My grandson was breastfed until he was 2 years old. But I didn't do it just because that was my choice. I felt like that was for my husband, not for a kid to be hanging on. But that's me. That's the way I felt. And you felt the way you felt, and that's fine. And I know it's better for the child to be breastfed. It's much better. I know
if you're a mama and you love your children, you're doing good today. Don't ever get shamed by people saying you should have breastfed. You should have used cloth diapers. Had you not let Junior cut his own hair, he wouldn't have been bullied in first grade. Nah, that has nothing to do with you.
If you wouldn't have let do it, he wouldn't have been smoking pot in the hallway.
Yeah, we got a problem with Dorothy Jr.
Yeah, Dorothy Jr.
Have you seen a picture of this dude? I'll tell you what, he was breastfed too long, my friend. I guarantee old Dorothy
might still be on there.
Oh, there's nothing but powder coming out of that titty. There's nothing but powdered milk coming out of that right now. But he's still on it and smoking pot out in the stairwell.
Oh my gosh. He's got balls.
Yeah, and there's the judge. Don't have to tell you all once, twice, or 3 times, 5 times. Don't smoke pot. Don't smoke in the stairwell. And be on time. You all say you're so much more educated than us. Harvard, Yale, wanted to go to Cornell, but went to New York University. You're licensed to practice with anyone and their brother, but you don't know simple ass rules. What's up, Amanda?
Howdy, I came to join the party.
It's time to party.
Go, Amanda. Go,
Hey,
girl.
Jules.
Has
Sorry,
anybody ever thought about lighting up a toke, nicotine, let alone marijuana, in the stairwell of the courthouse?
No.
No.
Hell.
I think it's the lawyer. He has to deal with that damn bitch.
See, I wouldn't blame him. I would give him an all-day pass.
I think the jurors, I think the poor jurors deserve edibles through the day.
Throw them at him like treats for a dog, huh?
Their anxiety has got to be through the roof.
I hear you.
Their anxiety has got to be through the roof. But this judge is really, really patient.
Oh yeah, I love him. I love that judge. I better after you gave me a daggum cold, huh?
I know you guys have been swapping strep throat for 6 weeks, Amanda.
I know.
I'll tell you what, but this situation with Dr. Lewis, and I'm not gonna lie, I was really worried about this testimony. I was like, she flips juries all the time. And then when I found out that she has Letecia draw clocks for her, but then she doesn't know what time to be there, I felt a little more comforted.
Seems like she flips wheelchairs more than she does juries now.
How did she fall? How did she fall down when she's in a wheelchair? I don't get it.
If the jury heard all that, was the jury in there for all that?
I don't know.
When they were talking about that?
I think they were, weren't they?
I believe they were.
I think they were too. Okay, well then they're seeing all this. They surely to God they've got some common sense and see that this woman is just as damn crazy as Letecia is.
Yes, she is. I think she may
I mean,
have the
in her prime, I'm not saying she wasn't a good doctor or whatever she claims to be, but now it's time to.
Well, she's been around some of the worst people that this country has to offer, and that's the truth. And I don't really know why she takes up for them to the point that she does. Would she let Ted Bundy babysit Dorothy Jr.?
I don't even understand how she'd even want to kiss Ted Bundy on a cheek.
I mean, John Hinckley, she wrote lots of papers about him. Would she want him around Dorothy Jr.? Hello, Rowena.
Oh,
Hi,
sorry,
Rowena.
How did you
I
get
had,
that snazzy avatar?
you know what? I I don't know. I took a screenshot of something that
Oh
was like one
shit,
of those.
she's got Adele up there singing.
Yeah, she's flipping the bird too.
Woohoo!
That's my girl. I like Adele Fluffy. I don't like her bone skinny. I don't know. It was a GIF. I took a screenshot of it for my little icon and then or little avatar, and then but then she comes to life. So I don't know.
Hey, how did Adele lose so much weight?
Shoot, Adele got money to lose weight. I could lose weight too if I was Adele.
Yeah, I need to lose 20 pounds by Friday. I need some Adele money.
Shoot, get COVID, you'll lose 33 real quick. But anyway, talking about this Dr. Lewis, let me tell you something. I ain't never in my life seen such a needy witness. I need the room turned around. I need this. I need to be able to see. I need to be able to take notes. I need a pen. I need a paper. But you didn't turn off your phone. This ain't your first rodeo. And that Netflix documentary on her very first trial. Woo! She's just as big a ass as she was day one. Now, is she losing it? Is she slipping? Yup. But just like you said, she can study all day long. And this just goes to prove my point. You can get any
Just like
witness for a certain amount of money. Everybody has a price. Everybody has a price. Hers is just she had a Netflix documentary and she sucks up to these people and that's her price. And it's $350 an hour. And yeah, I could have cut them a whole
she
lot of
needs to go take her money and take a permanent vacation
Why is
somewhere and
definitely.
retire.
$150 for this trial, but the last trial she was on was $1,700? What does
And
Letecia have a clearance sticker on her ass?
well,
She likes
I think her rate's going to be going down after this one because if I was going to hire her, I'd be looking at this, like, what's your latest testimony? And I'd be like, skirt, doll. I think we can pay somebody half the price and get them to say what we want.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's, if nothing else taught me about the Murdaugh trial, because I was worried about that one. I ain't been worried about this one. I'm just not. And I think one of the reasons is because you can present all the evidence. You can say, consider this, only consider that. Yeah, you're supposed to, but once you've heard something come out, you can't put toothpaste back in the tube. Once you've heard something, common sense comes into play. And these are normal people, some of them, most of them, hopefully all of them,
Yeah.
and they can use common sense. And I loved it. One of my favorite parts of today's testimony is she kept talking about, how much she loved him, how much she loved him. And the state came back and said, hold up, skirt, wait a minute, did you read, her Google searches? Did you, it's like he's shooting down everything she says. And 1 minute, she's so smart, she's so smart, she's so smart, she's so smart. But then she does stupid things. That means she's stupid. She's a liar.
I agree
She's
with
a
you.
narcissistic, habitual liar that did the unthinkable. And if she saw the autopsy pictures, that infuriated me when she said that because I thought, how do you sleep? But I guess at $350 an hour, she sleeps pretty good.
Well, evidently not in a wheelchair.
Well, I'm not going to say anything about anybody in a wheelchair or disabilities. I'm just not even going to go there. Yes, she's definitely gone downhill since the little Netflix docu-series was done on her. But yeah, with age and everything, I mean, everybody changes and everything, but she has done herself no favors, and I loved it. Yesterday when the state came back and she just kept going, dogging the state, you didn't want to spend the money, like she's like, this witch is not worth spending the money on. No, it wasn't that. The defense dropped it, you idiot. But I hope, but when she said she had to see the autopsy, she looked at the autopsy pictures. How in the world? How? I couldn't do it. I'd be arrested.
I almost lost my mind when I saw him.
See, I didn't see them. I didn't, I couldn't look. I couldn't,
Okay.
I put my
It
phone
was
across
bad.
the room. Yeah, I can't. I can't. I can't. I don't
Well, I
want
mean,
that.
this picture alone haunts me.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, this is the picture she took, and we've talked about this in many cases. Oh, we lost Carol. We've talked about many cases when someone decides to document something on social media,
Yeah,
it becomes a problem. It's a precursor.
yeah.
We've seen it with so many cases.
And I think she does hate men. Like she's on Owl, like riding Owl, and but she has a grown son that helps her with her practice, if you want to call it that. You
Mhm.
know, I don't know. I have to sit back and I put myself in. I try to put myself in other people's situations and be like, what if that happened to me? Would I feel that way? What if this happened to one of her grandchildren? Would she be on the stand wanting MRIs and ECTs and CTs to show any kind of look, if you've made it through your whole life and you ain't had a concussion, consider yourself lucky. Brain
Very.
abnormalities happen,
Yeah.
and that's just part of it's no different than any other organ in your body. It's no different. And that's what she relies on. I read somewhere to where it's like somebody said a few minutes ago in chat. They said, this is the doctor that flipped juries. Yeah, because that's what she does. She comes with stuff that's really out of her scope, and then she goes to the neurologist to say that that this is the reason why. Are some people that's the reason why? Yeah, sure is. They've got something wrong chemically or anatomically with their brain that screws them up. Is this her? No, she's a habitual liar. Period. She's a murderer. And I want to know, I can't wait. All right. Do y'all think? I totally think that she's going to be ruled sane and she's going to prison. I'm like 99.999 bazillion percent think that that's going to happen. I could be very wrong. But when they give when they come down with that verdict, I think she's going to go, I think she's going to lose it. I think she's going to do what was it, Kansas City? I think she's going to pull a Kansas City beat down up in that courtroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think something, since nothing's happened during the trial other than a couple of outbursts from her,
Yeah.
I think when she's found guilty, then she's going to lose it.
And I think it's really telling too. Dr. Lewis comes in town. She's late, habitually late. And she's not traveling alone. You can't tell me she's traveling alone. And then all of a sudden, first day we got a whole day of testimony, and you got somebody smoking pot in the stairwell. Really? What? I mean, and it's like he said at the beginning. He was like, I know there's people that have traveled here from other states and other cities, but here we do not do that. And it's been addressed before. So I really think I could be completely wrong, but I'm like, her credibility is shot. And if I was a juror, I'd just be like, can we just not go in the back room and talk this out and be done?
All right, hang on one second. Lisa Wilson says, I'm not being funny. I don't like disrespect and name calling. Lisa, no one is being disrespectful to the doctor. What we're talking about is her testimony is subpar. No one has called her any names. But I tell you what, I can't stand, and I'm not talking about you, Lisa. I cannot stand when people take up for the wrongdoers. And the wrongdoer in this situation is Letecia. 100%. She searched it. She looked for it. She planned it. She wanted Gannon out of her hair. Gannon wanted to be with his mama. And that's his mama's bitch to burden. Okay. This doctor is not doing her any favors. So
I'm not calling the doctor a witch. I'm calling Letecia a witch. I think the doctor's slipping.
Oh, I know. I agree. I just had to address the comment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not calling her any names. Like I even said, I ain't gonna say a word about her physical limitations or whatever. But at $350 an hour, y'all think about that. Think about that. $350 an hour.
Mhm.
How much money you're talking about $1,000 between her time that she's got stomach issues or whatever's going on with her. I mean, that's a lot of money. And if I'm gonna pay that much money, I'd want a little bit better if I was the defense. Now you can't. I mean, at least she's trying to twist it, but I mean, at least she's being honest. And I don't know. We can't say.
Annie says, I want to be disrespectful to the doctor because since she can't have respect for Gannon, calling him that kid.
Yes.
You don't do that. His name is Gannon.
Gannon.
Yeah, that kid comment that slipped up.
That made me.
Yeah. You know, a lot of times truth comes out in a slip. It's called a Freudian slip, doctor. You talked about it yesterday. So, yeah, between the whole, I got to rearrange the courtroom and I'm just over. I'm over. If I was a juror, I'll be honest to God. I hope the audio's better than what surely it is, but come on.
Mm-hmm. And here it is right now. Heather says, why is this doctor so insistent on making excuses for what Letecia did? Why can't she call a spade a spade?
Because she wants everybody to think it's Maria that did it.
Oh, yeah?
That's her whole thing, the DID. That's her. She's made her fortune, and I mean a fortune, on DID. And do I think DID is very real? Yes, I do. Yeah, have I ever seen it? No. But, yeah, I think it's real. Do I think Letecia's got it? No. It's common sense. And that's the whole thing. That's just what I go back to. That's what I go back to. But I think that she is just a very high maintenance, and almost has the, her aloofness, does not help her.
Yeah.
This ain't your first rodeo. Turn your cell phone off. That right there, and then you don't know how to work it. Who was recording? Were you recording?
Yeah.
That's what I'd have to look at. And if I was a juror, I'd be pissed that I couldn't get on YouTube, while lies were being told, but she's got her cell phone up there. Nope. Nope. I don't know. I just got a lot of I'm all up in my feels about this lady, but yeah, that Netflix thing, it's interesting.
Well, her next Netflix isn't going to work too good for her because they're going to see this. They're going to see the judge going after her and her baby boy saying, you got to be here on time.
Yeah.
Slim said, was someone in her ear piece helping her answer questions? I want to know that too. What's going on, Angel P?
Hello. How's everybody doing today?
Hello, girlfriend.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Angel.
Hey, Rowena. How are you all?
Good. How are you, honey? You could have done a much better job. Oh.
Space Cake said DID is estimated to affect 1% of the population. It's not very common. And no, it's not. It's not at all. It's a rarity. And we have this society of people that talk about the 1% all the time. The 1% are taken care of. They are taken care of. We don't need to worry about it. Hello, Angel.
I'm back.
Bye.
Getting back. You know, I can't get past just the basic standard things that like the attorneys are asking her and she's unable to answer them or says, I don't know, or kind of doesn't give an answer by omission. You know, that's kind of not being real honest either. You know, she's the kind of doctor, psychiatrist that when we saw her coming, one of ours coming through the door, we would all go hide. And I'm just being honest with you. You know, I mean, there's a lot of psychiatrists that are better than others. That's probably a nice way to put it. But, you know, the mini mental exam, that's like a standard basic thing that's been around since forever. And it's only like 11 questions, and I think you can get 30 points max. And they ask you things like, and that clock thing is part of that. But I did this on every admission on the Gerald Psych unit. It takes about 10 minutes, and you basically say, what's your name? How old are you? What's your date of birth? Who's the president? I'm going to give you 5 words: Apple book, TV, dance, story. And I want you to try to remember those. Repeat them back to me. Then you go on down towards the end of the test. Then you ask that person to repeat those words back to you. Then you.
Oh, we lost
Angel.
Hmm.
Lisa says, my husband averaged $2.50 an hour and he was a supervisor for a wind farm company. LOL. Well, good for your husband and good for you, Lisa. We're not talking about your husband at the wind farm company in Oklahoma. We're talking about a woman that wants to advocate for murderers. I won't have it. I will never, ever, ever on this channel take up with the likes of Letecia. I will never take up with the likes of Crystal Sorey, who abandoned her daughter Harmony. I will never take up with the likes of Candace Wells. I will never take up with the likes of Billy Joe Howe. And I will not associate with those that do. I don't do that. That's not my jam. I don't like it. I think it's ridiculous. You can't be all moral in the spine on one hand, and on the other hand, you sleep with dogs. Ridiculous. What a ridiculous comment.
If you look at Dr. Lewis, okay, and just think, like I have to sit here and think, like, if that was my daughter that was accused of this, okay, would I be happy with her testimony? Do I think that Dr. Lewis, even the attorney has had to say, just answer my question. She gives word salad, but she always throws it back to the whole neurologist, MRIs, ECTs, and CTs.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that can be part of it, but it's not all of it. And if you can't, I mean, so people weren't, people didn't do horrible things and weren't just liars before an MRI machine. They were liars and killers, and that she's evil. Letecia's evil, and Dr. Lewis is slipping. And if you like, I did a couple weeks ago. I went and watched that thing because I was like, okay, I want to see what we're up against. And she's slipping. But that very first trial she was on, she made a tale of herself, and she had this pious attitude. And I go back to that Murdaugh trial because so many people watched it. Alex Murdaugh on the stand could not say Yes, I'm wealthy. He couldn't be honest enough to just say that. Letitia's a liar, but she wasn't hired to say Letitia's a liar. She was hired for her expertise in DID. That was her expertise. That's her expertise. Period. And that's what but she has nothing to back it up. Even Letitia's own words are coming back to bite her in the butt. And the doctor I can't explain. Just like Angel said, well, I don't know. We can't really say that. Why can't we say that? If you can sit there and tell me that she is sane or insane at the time of this was committed, and she has DID and all this other stuff, then you should be able to back up Letitia's own words out of her own mouth. And I'm not talking about a clock. Because that is, and Angel's so right. That's given, that clock test is not, that's old as time. That's old as the clock. And it didn't have anything to do with psychiatry. My mother-in-law has Alzheimer's. She was given the clock test, not to see her sanity, but just her perception. If she could logistically put the hands, the numbers, all of it. It's a puzzle. And it's not difficult, and it's not difficult to screw it up either. So, and the whole signature thing, I'm just waiting on that to come out, because I'm gonna tell you what, you can look at my social security card from when I was 16 years old, and you can look at it today, and I'm 58, and my signature is completely different. The way I wrote in college is completely different the way I write now, even in a typed form or a handwritten form. We all evolve, we all change, we all age. It ain't got anything to do with anything. You're not born with babies aren't born with being able to know right from wrong and everything. It's a learned thing, and you learn over your life. And if I live to be 80 years old, I'll probably be wiser than I am today. Hopefully I am. But she's not doing herself any favors. Any.
No. And Letecia looks like she's entertained by all this.
Oh, she thinks it's funny. She's sick. She's twisted. She ain't insane. She knew what she was doing. She's evil. That's it. They need to put that in the DSM.
That's what
Evil.
I'm saying too.
Just rotten evilness. And that thing, and this is another thing that Dr. Lewis does, and she did it in that docuseries, and that whatever documentary thing. She throws out things, but then when challenged, like today, well, it's somewhere in my notes that somebody said that she called herself Maria in the past. Who? I want to see the proof, because that's it. If somebody can't show you the proof, then it didn't happen, or it's not true. Period. And when you're an expert witness, why was that not included in the report? To me, that seems pretty huge for her to put in her report, but she didn't put it in there. It was in her notes.
No, she didn't have time for shit like that.
I want to know who's getting high in the stairwell. I'm just saying.
Her little boy.
Oh, it was to him?
Yeah, her son.
Lovely.
Yeah, her son. You ought to see that. You ought to see that chubby bastard too.
Oh, I haven't seen him. I saw him on that Netflix thing, and I mean, okay, that's a perfect example of learned behavior. Okay, well, my mom doesn't have to turn off her cell phone. My mom doesn't have to show up on time, even though my mom's here to do a job. And my son comes with me, and you can't even smoke in a grocery store, but you're gonna go in the stairwell. But see, that just shows, you're doing something wrong. Why not fire one up in the courtroom? If you think you can smoke in a courthouse, why go in the stairwell?
Ava said, I hear he's got a pungent smell too. Yeah, he reeks of the Laffy lettuce. And I don't care who smokes it. I don't care who doesn't. That's not my business. I don't care. But I'm telling you something right now, when you're in a government building
Yeah.
paid for by the tax dollars of the state of Colorado, the hardworking citizens of that state, and you want to disrespect it,
Mm-hmm.
then that is ridiculous.
And that's
And
all.
and
They're
Lisa,
both disrespectful.
Lisa, who won't get off my dick in here, saying that her husband made $250 an hour at a wind farm. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, Lisa. Nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Listen, this is who the woman takes up with. Let me show you this. Hopefully I don't get a strike.
It's the winter
Yeah,
of
Bundy.
1975, and Ted Bundy's got to find a place where there's not a lot of talk about missing women and where he can blend in. So he heads up the mountains to Colorado.
He was very, familiar with ski resorts in Colorado already. He understood that those places are populated by basically strangers, and he would fit in quite well.
He ends up in Aspen.
On January 12th, 1975, Karen Campbell disappeared from the Wildwood Inn.
Bundy ended up at the Wildwood Inn. Karen Campbell was a nurse from Michigan. She had come to the Wildwood Inn just like a day before.
Karen Campbell sat with her fiancé, Dr. Raymond Godowski, in front of a fire in the lobby of the Wildwood Inn. They had just finished dinner. Miss Campbell wanted a magazine from her room. About 8 o'clock in the evening, she caught the elevator to the lobby to the second floor. That was the last time Godowski saw her alive.
Bundy's there. And he whacked her in the head. And she was gone.
36 days later, her nude body was found almost 3 miles away.
2 months later, he heads over to Vail and ends up killing 26-year-old ski instructor Julie Cunningham.
He was just not going to stop. He had more relationships with dead women by now than living women. It was all about the hunt.
Bundy goes on this killing spree across the Northwest, and he kills 3 women, a 24-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a 12-year-old.
There was no pattern between Seattle and Utah and Colorado. There was no physical tie to them. There was nothing to loop them all together.
In the summer of 1975, Bundy's luck is changing.
He was going from being the hunter to being the hunted. In Granger, Utah, it's a small suburb. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning.
A cop was just getting off duty.
His name was Bob Hayward.
And he saw this Volkswagen parked in front of a house. He knew there were 2 young women living there.
Then I turned that corner, whop, and I kicked my lights on bright, and stepped on the gas, and he squirted.
It freaks Bundy out, okay, and he takes off. Big mistake.
So there was a chase.
He pulled in the old gas station and stopped. I stopped and opened my door, and he was out and coming back towards me. I pulled my Magnum out and just sit it in the crotch of the door. And I said, hold it right there. I said, stand still.
When Hayward comes up to the car, he sees that the seat is out.
I looked in that side, and this seat was laying in the back seat. And that's quite a space. You could stick a body in it. He says, the seat's broken. He said, I got to get it fixed. Okay. You mind if I look through your car?
In his car, he had what we would call burglary tools. The ski mask, pantyhose with the eyes cut out. He had a pair of handcuffs.
I says, what do you use handcuffs for? I'm a law student. He says, I use them in my classes.
Now, what is a person doing out in the middle of the night in a residential neighborhood with all of those items? And he's driving a Volkswagen Buck.
Well, I took him in and booked him. They I said, there's something wrong with this guy.
That put him on the radar of Utah law enforcement, and they had this unsolved abduction of Carol LaRanche.
I got a call, and it was Ted. He says, I've been arrested. Well, Ted, what were you arrested for? Oh, they think I'm the Ted murderer. And he laughed, and I laughed. I didn't think he was at all guilty.
When he came to the police lineup, he made all sorts of attempts to make himself facially difficult to identify. He parted his hair on the other side, so he did have a chameleon-like quality.
Carol LaRanche came to the police station, was shown a lineup, and was able to identify Bundy as the person who attacked her.
He was arrested and charged with the kidnapping of Carol LaRanche.
He was a likable guy, and if he could be a killer, well, who else might be? So people just didn't want to believe it.
I helped raise money to build.
What do you think, Rowena?
I think that the fact that, and like I said, I'd watched that special and her Bundy, whatever, that, you know, how could you? I just, how do you sleep? But I guess, you know, sleep next to a pile of money. It's gross. To me, this is gross. And I think that should have to sit down with every victim's family and have to answer their questions. Because really, they're the ones that matter. And I think that she should have to do that.
Guys, you only get struck if you play like copyrighted music, stuff like that. I just, you know, I try to push it, and, you know, I shouldn't do it. The channel's not going to go anywhere. Brooks has us all on the edge. I know what to do. I mean, but here's the whole thing. She sympathizes. Dr. Dorothy Lewis sympathizes with Ted Bundy. Now, we have the FBI Behavioral Science Unit because of him. Not the FBI, but the Behavioral Science Unit.
And I mean, I think she's dangerous. I mean, if it was up to her, Ted Bundy would be alive and he'd be out of a mental hospital. And he'd be walking amongst us. And that's what makes it dangerous. Now, if somebody really does have DID, like some of the cases that you've shown, you know, that you've run clips on, like the lady, you know, her alter came out and talked to Dr. Honey, whatever his name was, that was the little girl. Yes, but that was over time. That was therapy. That was all that came out. And some people can say, I don't believe her, and that's fine. Everybody has that opinion. But this case, I can't. I'm wondering if the state hospital, if that's where she learned the whole DID, that's what I'll go with. Was it when she was going to, I think that when she got that DSM, when she was going to represent herself and she got that DSM and she studied up. Letecia's not that smart. She's not.
But look at Bonafide's comment. Bonafide says Letecia has never once claimed to have lost time. Not once in any of her testimonies. I didn't even pick that up, and you're so right, Bonafide, because time is super, super important. We're all tracked by money and time. Whether you want to admit it or not, that's how it works out.
Mm-hmm.
But when Letecia has never once claimed to have lost time, but yet she's switching to personalities, that can't be. And I'm not a doctor. What do you think, Rowena?
I thought, and I did look up some stuff because I just think it's so interesting, the whole DID aspect. Your alters are there to protect you. they act on your behalf. That's why the whole space of time. That's why like the one lady said, I ended up on a road and didn't know where I was and didn't know how I got there and she woke up. No, she wasn't asleep. She just came to. Where Letecia sits there and says, "Well, yeah, and and I'll call her up for this and I'll call her up." You can know what their purpose is. Bruce, do you remember an old movie called was it Three Faces of Eve or something like that? It was a real old movie, but it's about a true case of a woman that had DID, and she, I mean, it's a fictional movie, but she was traumatized by having to kiss her grandmother after her grandmother had passed at the funeral.
Oh.
And it terrified her. And because of that, she splintered, off in these. Letecia doesn't have any of that. She's just a lying witch. She's evil to the core. And this did not just start with Gannon. I think she's lied and manipulated people probably her whole life.
Well, I'm looking at this comment, and it's so true. Good Grandma says she lives 6 miles away from Holcomb, Kansas. People did not like Truman Capote sympathizing with the Clutter's murderers. There's always someone that sympathizes with the sickos.
Well, there's always, look at the Menendez brothers and the Chris Watts. They're all getting married. There's always look at Kahlberger's nuts. There's nuts out there. There's always going to be a nut that says, no, we didn't do it. They don't know jack about the person 9 times out of 10, but
they get their sucked off more than Sylvester Stallone, and they're in jail.
Yeah.
They're in jail. Married, divorced, nude pictures coming to them.
But there's always a nut out there that's going to rally around these people. Well, it's like there's always the person that's going to want to, let's just say if the house wasn't going to be torn down in Idaho, in Moscow, you don't think those rooms would have already been rented? Please. People be clamoring and they'd pay a lot more rent than they used to get if that house would, if they were going to keep it the way, not tear it down and the person still rent it out. There's always people that want to do that.
It took them 8 hot weeks to re-rent the home that Gannon Stauch was killed in.
Yeah. That makes my skin crawl. I can't imagine.
No, and I mean, a structure is a structure. I mean, I get it.
But I couldn't. Looks like Chad Daybell's place. His attorney owns it, and look what happened on that property. It's like there's always somebody that's the jury going to the OJ thing. They wanted to go to the restaurant. They wanted to see this. They wanted to touch that, smell this. Good Lord.
Danette said, my friend's ex-husband is dating Nicole Kessinger. I hope he's careful. Ooh.
Well, I'm hoping. That's a lot of manipulation. Who knows? I don't know. Or she could, I don't know. I'm not going to judge them. I don't know. From what I've seen, sleep with one eye open.
Yeah, I don't know. That is something else. Have Nicole and the ex come on the show because I have some questions.
Yeah.
And I don't talk about Chris Watts on this channel because to me it's done and over.
Right. I just use that as an example of the people that reach out to people wanting to marry him and be their friends, and I can honestly say I've never written a person in prison or jail or anything like that.
No.
Oh, I did one time.
Who'd you write?
My husband's best friend's son. 27 years for selling heroin laced with fentanyl. Killed his best friend the day after he got out of rehab. So, yeah, I had a few words. I said,
Well, you wrote a letter to someone you know, though. You didn't reach
right.
out.
I didn't know. I didn't write to a stranger. No. I wrote to. He wrote me first, so I wrote him back and told him how I felt about all his excuses and lose my address. But
That's crazy. I don't know. I mean,
there's always a nut. There's always an expert that can be paid to say anything. Expert witnesses do not mean jack to me. It means that, and I worked with someone that was paid to be an expert witness, and she was so stupid. I mean, oh my God. And Angel was talking about like doctors that you just, oh my God, there's good and bad everything. Good and bad nurses, doctors, attorneys, garbage men, lawn cutter, whatever you do, you could be, there's good and bad. But there was actually doctors that we did. Honest to God, there was 2 doctors that we went and we looked to make sure, because we truly believe they did not have a medical license. They were that dumb. And one of them my husband met as he walked into a glass door. It was priceless. And I'm like, see,
well, it's like those Mensa people. Holy shit. You can give them a puzzle with 3 pieces. They can't put the shit together.
Yeah.
They're smart. They're smart as a whip, but they can't make sense of anything logical or common sense.
Yeah. Well, these were doctors that should have known certain things. So it wasn't, common sense. And I mean, the door thing, that was just priceless. That was just the cherry on top, But,
and here it is. Keister Bunny said, if you are basically the only expert in your field willing to take a position that favors a very unlikely reasoning, it's financially beneficial to do so. Boom.
There you go. Fire.
Boom.
Right there.
You just broke the internet today, Keister
You get
Bunny.
you get a t-shirt, man. I'm telling that was that, and that is it right there.
If you're the only one taking up for these sick asses, then you're the expert, right?
And I think we've all seen personally, like we know people that will just defend the most outrageous. We've seen it on the internet. These people that stand up for the worst, and you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
How could that come out of your mouth? But they stand on that mountain every single time.
Yeah.
Whatever's unpopular, by God, I'm going to say it. By God, I'm going to stand behind it. I'm going to stand my ground. And
rooting for the underdog should always be done. Okay. Root for everyone. But when you're taking up for people like a Billy Joe Howell or a Candace Harrer or a Candace Wells, when you're taking up for these people, that means you've got your own skeletons in your closet. You've got your own past that you're trying to, well, I can't be that bad because I'm friends with them. I take up for these people. Why would you? Why don't you take up for the kids? I've never understood that.
But see, I think rooting for and standing up for are 2 different things. I can hope somebody will do better. Okay. I can hope you'll do better. Standing up for is defending their actions. To me, that's just my little whatever.
Right.
But I mean, that's just me. But I mean, I hope you do better. I hope, I might give you one benefit of the doubt, but I don't. But standing up, see, when you stand up for someone, to me, that makes me think that you're standing behind their actions. And some people, I just can't do that.
No. Now, let me ask you this. Did you see the show yesterday that I did about the 7 bodies found in Henrietta, Oklahoma?
Yes.
Do you think that I didn't have compassion?
No, I think you had compassion. I think that, no, I don't think you did anything wrong. I don't think you bashed the parents or whatever. And it's legitimate questions that we have to ask. And until those things are asked, sometimes maybe somebody heard that might think, I don't know little Billy's friend down the street. You know what I mean? Or, hey, my ex is, dating this woman, I think it's a legitimate question. It's easy for us to sit. It's really easy, and I'm really guilty of that, to sit back and go, well, you should have done this, you should have done that. It's like perfect example, Billy Joe. Do I think she left going to work thinking that was going to happen? Nope. Did she provide a safe environment? Nope. So that over trumps it for me, But I think every case is different, and I just really wish parents, I don't, it's not hard to run a background check. It's not.
Well, the thing is, okay, if this had happened in 1985, I wouldn't have thought anything about it. Or 1995. I'll give you 2005. But this is 2023.
I have a computer on my wrist. Come on.
Yeah. You can find out anything on anybody. Now, when they were saying, well, the state shouldn't have let him go. Well, he had served his sentence for that crime and was coming back to be tried for another one. Now, I agree. Oklahoma State Department of Corrections should have kept him because but they didn't know until he was released. I am not advocating for Jesse or the state of Oklahoma at all, but the law is the law. I'm not a legislator. I'm not a Google attorney, if you know what I mean. So when people come after me and they're like, well, why didn't this happen? Why didn't this happen? I looked up this law. Well, if you look up that law, look up the other 27,000 that go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it is. There's never one law.
Mm-hmm.
So when someone says to me, well, you can look it up. No, I don't need to look it up.
And that's why you hear in all these trials, any trial, they stand on case law. That is previous cases. And they'll, State versus Humphrey, State versus Smith, and then you have their appeal. And it was one, good grief. So there's a lot of laws that make up one law.
Well, if everything was as simple as just looking it up, we could all be our own attorney.
Yeah.
We could all be our own doctor, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way. But I want to see this grandma talking. I tell you what, I got a lot of hate for this. And I didn't mean to. I just don't understand how the hell in 2023 everyone was so clueless that this dude was a bad hombre.
Got a call from the sheriff's office and heard the news that she never expected.
Why is Ashley Banfield in beige again? That's the reason on this channel we call her Beigefield. I do like the hoop earrings and I do like the spray tan.
In her life that she would hear that 4 of the people who were found among those bodies were actually her own flesh and blood, her family members, her daughter, and her 3 grandchildren. Among the others, the youngest grandchild had 2 dear friends that she'd asked over for a slumber party, and they were headed to their stepdad's ranch. That stepdad was convicted of first-degree rape in 2003, served 2 decades in prison, during which he committed another crime involving a young girl, and was supposed to appear in court the day that the 2 young friends were found dead among those other 7. That's the man in question, Jesse McFadden, 39 years old, convicted sex offender. His wife, one of the dead. His 3 stepchildren, that would be his wife's 3 children, 3 of the dead. And those 2 kids who were there for the slumber party, friends of the youngest stepchild. They were among the bodies as well. We're learning more details tonight. At least details about how 2 of those victims were killed. As the police were searching for Ivy Webster and Brittany Brewer, the 2 teenagers who were just supposed to be on a slumber party, family members have told us that Brittany Brewer was shot in the head. Family members have also told us that the oldest of the children of that sex offender's wife, Riley Allen, just 17, that she was also shot to death. Brittany's mom, Melania Chabelle, told us that her sons informed her, and I will quote her, that the police found all the bodies scattered around in different places. So that means she was trying to run away and get away from him. He shot her 1 time in the head, and that is what killed her. Again, that is the mother of one of those teenagers that had just gone over for the slumber party. Melania Chabelle telling us that exclusively tonight. The court record saying that the court case, the trial that was supposed to start yesterday.
I don't know where Melina lives in Texas. Who does Brittany live with? Because her dad said that he has met Jesse 2 times and he got his tag number 1 time. So I don't know.
I don't know. And I can't imagine the regret and the if I had only that these parents are going to do for the rest of their lives. I can't. But it's like the same thing as Al. It's like, you know, it's like my heart breaks for him, and I'm so glad he went to the attorneys and everything, and about the car. I mean, the police about the car and all that stuff, and the recorder calls and all that. I'm so glad he did that, but I wish he would have, when he got the video, called the police. You know,
I mean,
so it's like it's easy to court, and we don't know these parents.
No.
You know, I can go in there right now and tell my husband, I need you to go in there and look up that person that we know that's in prison. I need you to go up there and look at his record, and he would not know where to even start. He wouldn't know. He wouldn't know. I'm telling you, he wouldn't. I mean, so I don't know. This is like a whole big pot of soup. There's a lot in it, and you know, do I think the parents? Of course, they didn't know this was going to happen. They wouldn't have let them go over there. You know.
Yeah, and I believe that 100%. And
But you
hindsight,
also have to provide a safe environment.
hindsight is hurts.
Mm.
When we look back and we're like, oh, had I done this different or that different? And with social media and, the mainstream media, certain things are, rubbed in our face. Well, why didn't you? Why didn't you? Why didn't you? Well, I would have done this. Well, I would have done that. Well, you don't know.
Right.
You don't know. But I do know that in 2023, they've been hanging out with this freak for 2 years. Somebody could have looked him up.
Yeah.
That's when Jesse McFadden was supposed to show up and answer to soliciting sexual conduct with a minor and possession of child pornography. All of those crimes committed while in prison on a contraband cell phone in 2017. Well, it didn't happen. That trial didn't happen because he took his own life as well as the other 6 people he murdered. The question is, why was he out? He had a 20-year sentence, but he got out 3 years early. We called the Oklahoma Pardon and Parole Board, and we got this statement. Jesse McFadden was released in November of 2020 because he discharged his sentence, not due to any action by the Oklahoma Pardon and Parole Board. But it still doesn't make any sense to us. He had a 20-year sentence, he got out 3 years early, all the while charged with the same kinds of crimes.
And the problem with the corrections department is They want you to serve 85% of your sentence. They don't want to keep you any longer than they have to. What they
Bologna
should
sandwiches cost money.
Well, I mean, honestly, and what
They
they
do.
yeah, they do. And what they should do is of course everyone's taxes will go up because you have to house these freaks and nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. But it's going to have to happen. Because if you mess with a child, you go to jail for life. You're done. You're over.
Yeah. See, I don't think that there should have ever been any sentence in year. Well, I mean, you hurt a child, you hurt an old person, you hurt anyone or anything that is unable to protect themselves, then and you hurt them, and then you should be put to death. I mean, that's just the way I feel about it. Every pedo, it's a known fact. They cannot be rehabilitated. That's why there's a red dot over that address.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
what's done, I mean, we already know who the sex offenders are if you want to take time to find out. I had a great comment today. A woman left me a comment saying that there was a man that used to come by and give dog treats to her dog. She found out he was a sex offender. She said, "Don't ever cross that road again."
right.
And he didn't.
Mm-hmm. And that's being proactive. Don't grace my doorstep. And I don't trust. Don't give my dog nothing. If I don't know you, and I don't know your treat, don't you ain't no, you ain't giving my dog nothing.
Like I need you showing up with steak balls and a jar of peanut butter.
Right.
Yeah.
No. Mm-mm. But I do. I mean, I think that until the laws, but I mean, there's a case right now, dude, in a school, in the school system, 11 children, their lives will never be the same. And I think he got less than 5 years. What the hell? And that's why I said from day one when I started talking to you, stand on the necks of your local, your judges, then go state, then go federal. The laws have got to change. All of it.
You can't change the federal government. You've got to vote, like you're saying. You've got to do everything in small measures.
Mm-hmm.
It starts local.
Mm-hmm. Your judges. These are the people that are going to be passing down these sentences. These are the people who are going to be refereeing in these courtrooms and allowing bull crap and not bull crap. And so, like, just like you can research anybody else, you can research a judge. You can research somebody that's going up for election as a judge. They are put in that spot because it's not like you practice to be an attorney for 30 years and you're automatically made a judge and we don't have any say in it. No, we elect these people.
Yeah.
So locally, start there.
Well,
you know,
our last election, and they had some judges on there, and I voted down all of them but 2.
Yeah.
Because their records are terrible.
Right. And so many people don't vote. They vote once every 4 years, and that ain't going to get it.
That's not going to get it.
He was in there in the first place for. So why did it take 6 years to prosecute him for crimes that were committed while he was actually behind bars? Why couldn't they prosecute him, say, within those 3 years before he was let out? These are hard questions that are going to have to be answered. And the harder questions are how this crime scene played out, how these innocent people lost their lives. Joining me now live in this exclusive interview is Jan Mayo. Jan is the mother of Holly Guess. Holly was murdered as well as her 3 children. She was his wife. That means that Jan Mayo has lost her daughter and her 3 grandchildren. And Jan is with us from Westville, Oklahoma tonight. We're also joined exclusively by Holly's aunt, Lynn Watt. Ladies, thank you for being here. And I know that you want to get your story out. You wanted to speak to us about what's happened. Let me just ask you this, Jan, have you learned anything else, anything new from the sheriffs, from the police, from the authorities who are investigating this?
The only thing that I've heard so far is that my granddaughter, Riley Elizabeth Allen, was shot in the head and died that way, and that my grandson, Michael Mayos, was undetermined cause of death. The other two, they haven't determined yet. They haven't done their autopsies.
So your daughter, Holly, and her youngest, Tiffany, 13 years old, they haven't finalized the autopsies on those two, so they haven't been able to give you a cause of death?
Oh, not yet.
Did the sheriffs or did any of the authorities tell you what they think?
I agree with this 100%. Vegan Claire said it should be illegal for a parent to move in or marry a pedophile, period. Just because they serve their sentence doesn't mean they're well. You can't cure these people.
There's no cure.
Now, there's some issues right now with some autopsies because 2 of the people were disemboweled. So there's more going on than just what they're saying. C-Star said, how long were they married? I think they got married in May of 2022. What would it take to disembowel someone? I mean, I couldn't even think what the hell. I mean, good Lord. That's some Hannibal Lecter stuff.
I'm glad he killed himself.
And I don't know how long they had been dead over the weekend. This
I
all
think
did.
they had been dead a hot minute.
This didn't just all happen on Monday morning. No way.
Happened just from being able to assess the scene?
No, I can't get any information. They're not releasing any information to me at all.
What did the authorities tell you when you got that just horrendous phone call?
All they told me at first was that Jesse was missing and the 2 girls that he supposedly kidnapped were missing. Nothing about my daughter or my grandchildren. I had to find that out from Facebook, that they'd found 7 bodies. And nobody told me anything until 10 o'clock that evening that my granddaughters, my grandson, and my daughter were dead.
So
It
to
was
be
10
clear, the
o'clock
police, did they, at 10 o'clock, did the authorities eventually call you to give you this news officially?
Yes, at 10 o'clock. And that's when they told me that my family was being transported to the Tulsa Medical Examiner's office.
Was there any other detail that they were able to give you during that phone call?
The only thing that they told me at that time was that they had been shot and nothing more.
Did they say that all of them had been shot? Because originally we had heard that just Riley had been shot, but did they say that all of the family members had been shot?
That's what I was told, that they had all been shot and that he took his own life.
Was there any indication at any time, Jan, that this man was so incredibly dangerous and to the point of being lethal?
No, there was nothing. I saw them Thursday at my granddaughter's choir concert and everybody was happy. They were just smiling. They were in a good mood. Tiffy had gotten up and sang with her choir. She was getting ready to do cheerleader tryouts on Friday. They were just happy.
And did Holly know anything about his criminal background, his time served, and the charges of criminal rape that he had served that time for?
Yes. The only thing was he had lied to her and told her that the girl was 19 years old, not 16, and that everything was just a misunderstanding. He paid a young lady to portray the victim to sit down and have a talk with my daughter. And she told him, oh, it was just a misunderstanding. You don't get 20 years for a misunderstanding.
He paid a person to impersonate the victim of his crime to tell your daughter a lie, that it was her and that it wasn't a crime?
Yeah, it's exactly what he did.
And he
Okay,
never indicated at any time that he was a registered sex offender at that property.
okay.
And this
The-
is something that didn't happen. I can tell you this right now. He had no money. He was put on disability when he got out of prison, like all prisoners are. They're all put on disability. They're given $50 and they're put on disability because they are disabled. They just can't work. So they get their $867 a month from the government. Holly had the job. Holly met him. Go ahead, Rowena.
Okay, so so he did not get some woman to go there and talk to Holly and say it was all a misunderstanding. But and I'm not blaming this grandmother. I'm not. My heart, I can't imagine. But if like I said, that you know Monday morning quarterback.
I know.
Did she? Let's say that Holly told her that. Did she not be like, just like she just said? Well, that's what he told her. Did that? It seems like it doesn't make sense to her today that you're going to be sentenced to 20 years over a misunderstanding. And did she not bring that up to Holly? I don't know. None of us will ever know. But that just kind of threw me a little bit. Like, I'll be honest. I did it on a friend of mine. She was dating a guy, has a child. I got weird vibes. I looked him up and I told her, I said, you can either end it with him. I'm a mandated reporter.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can say goodbye to him or say goodbye to your son. You pick. And she knew I'd do it.
Yeah.
And she knew I would. And it wasn't just like you. 5 minutes didn't take me no time. And it wasn't a pedo situation or anything like that, but it was violent. And I'm like, this person cannot be around your child. And you pick. Do you want him or do you want your child? And I ain't gonna judge either way. I just want your child to be safe. And I'm a mandated reporter, and I will report this if it, And she chose right, But hold your friends accountable, Because sometimes people don't think right. My friend's a good person. I don't know, she's sticking out her butt.
Mm-hmm.
But, hold your family and your friends. Hold everybody accountable, But that just seemed odd to me that she, well, that's what he told her and da da da. Well, okay, but you're sounding like you don't believe that he would have gotten 20 years off a lie. Then what did you say to Holly when she told you that? And you're talking about people that can't talk for themselves. Too.
And there's affidavits that are very detailed.
Right.
Soup to nuts. It's all right there. It tells you from the probable cause to, the reckoning of the trial. It's all right there. Right. Medical reports and everything. That's not made up. Come on.
I know.
Don said they don't all get disability. And you're right. I shouldn't have said it that way. You're exactly right. Most people that have spent a long sentence in jail do get disability, though. They do, because they all have a mental illness, and a lot of them do. And they get their $50, and I don't know
where your family was killed.
No, my husband and I didn't find out until middle to late March, when my husband was looking up a coworker that he worked with to find out what his charges were, and Jesse McFadden's criminal history popped up, that he was a registered sex offender. My husband then contacted our daughter to find out what was going on. Why were they there? Why was he in that house with our grandchildren?
And what date was that?
That was in March, probably about the 20th.
And what answers were you given when you confronted him with the fact that he was a registered sex offender?
Our daughter wouldn't let us confront him. She said, oh, it was just a misunderstanding. I've talked to the girl. At that time, we didn't know anything about the real victim.
That's just it's an unbelievable story, Jan. I cannot believe that this has happened to you.
Okay, I got a little issue.
Yeah, go ahead.
If your husband was looking up somebody else and this sicko popped up, why would you not look into him more and show your daughter the proof? Why did you just take your daughter's word for it?
Well, the
Because
thing
people
is,
can be groomed, adults can be groomed, parents are groomed before the kids are groomed.
yeah,
I mean,
I
look
agree.
at Michael Jackson. I mean, he groomed the parents before he got to the kids. No matter what anybody thinks, I mean, that's what he did, and that's the way they work it, because they have to be friends with the parents to get to the kids. You know, if you got a 30-year-old showing up on your doorstep to play Xbox with little Timmy, you know, that's 11, that's an issue. So what do? They get in good with the parents. They make friends with the parents. But it's also the parents' responsibility to make sure, who am I introducing in my child's life?
Well, the thing is, when you go to ODCR or OSCN in Oklahoma, you can't just come across someone else's record unless they have the same last name.
Yeah, how did his just pop up?
That's what I don't understand. I mean, I can pull it right now. I can pull it. I can just put in John Smith. It's going to pull up John Smith, but I mean, a name that he was looking for wouldn't have come across Jesse.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so the daughter said, no, you can't talk to him about it, and this is the way it happened. But you saw him at choir practice. I'd be talking to him about it.
Yeah.
We'd meet Jesus right there in that church.
Yep. Yeah.
And I'd be like, hey, buddy, here's what I got.
We're going to church.
We're going to
To your
church.
family. Lynn, is there more that you can add? I know that you may be speaking to other people. You are the sister of Holly's father, so you're the kid's aunt. Tell me what you've been able to glean from any of the people who have at least informed you of this tragedy.
Well, the lady he paid to pretend to be the victim contacted me and was telling me that she was sorry, that she was paid to do so, and she contacted me. So that's how we learned that Holly never spoke to the real victim.
When did that happen?
It was yesterday. I got contacted yesterday.
So the impersonator has now reached out to you, realizing just how dangerous her actions now have turned out to be.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Have you informed the police about this person?
No, I haven't spoke to the police. I actually
Why not?
Contacted
Why
the police
not?
because I didn't understand why the Amber Alert didn't have my niece and my great nieces and nephew. And I also contacted them in Henrietta to ask if, when we learned of Jesse being on a registered list, if the girls could be there. Were they aware that children were living in that home? So I personally called the sheriff's department. And I was told by the sheriff's department they were not aware of the situation, and at that time did not know that there was a registered sex offender at that address, and would contact me again. And I never got contacted back. Never.
It's such a remarkable sequence of events. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we saw.
Okay, this is where I had a little bit.
Presence of the jury at this point in time. Prosecution.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think we put this on the record at the time, but I could be wrong. But if the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin. Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it. Absolutely. And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So,
sounds good.
Okay.
I hope I understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her. And once that may be her.
And for you, for the video, it's probably easier to just have her than
As opposed to transferring. Yeah, that makes sense. Is that, that's what we're gonna do, right? Yep. Yeah, okay. And yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead and bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Cellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate, to place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So yeah, that's fine. Sure.
I just need it from my bag and pen.
Okay, bag. Pen. Your notes are just the pad.
Everything.
Okay. What else, Doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Just waiting for you to get back.
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio's working fine. Okay. Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that at some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says, get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time. You never had it. Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
There's also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
For me, what could have it available to anybody? Draw a clock and you're doing that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called Ray's complex figure. It is
We have that.
and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is, the best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it. Perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should have her copy of it and her memory, from memory, she did. And I have.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Would you rather be, you want to, with that word, you want to look at this?
Well, so far, this was.
Okay. All right.
And
Audio.
the audio is the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
We had to have the ring lights off, Judge. I don't know.
Yeah. And that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah. Just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from tens of documents that had been signed by Letecia in the past.
Okay. But you don't have any in your possession now
That they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them.
You don't have them with you now.
But they have.
And I think there's a little bit of confusion. There were some signatures done by Ms. Stauch that were found like in and so forth.
Okay.
That we provided to
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate at this point.
Okay.
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the video, what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
And it's about 7 minutes. 55:30.
Oh,
So
I'm
we're starting
sorry.
it.
I misheard you. Okay, go ahead.
not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and then that's not where I want to be. But yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like, that's not. So why do you think like, you know, it's so intense? Yeah. What your fix? I gotta say it's for good intentions, so you know, it's not like it's just like just some random person who don't cause problems. You know, it's for good. No, maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good. It's for someone that's something having ever really let me into a pretty bad fight or whoever is taking over. It's really bad, but carrying away. What's happening? What's going on here in that? Can you see? I am not violent. I am not violent. I am not a violent person. Well, I am not violent at all. But I am not going to let people be taken to bed. So I'm not going to let people be hurt because I don't do this to make somebody. Okay. If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure they're okay. Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm going to always make sure that people are going to be okay. So I don't want. Could you just understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here? Because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them. Because it's what I have to do. That is people are the protector. I'm going to always do that because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And when people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that? Understand that. But you don't want to make my thing. To protect. Where do things go when you protect? Can you look at me now? Do you know where? Do you know where you are? Where? Do you know where you are? Yeah. And what I talked to? Taylor. Taylor. Say. And I'm frustrated. Taylor, do you know what just happened? Yes, sir. What? Yes, sir. What just happened? You asked me about my grandpa. I asked you to grandpa. Oh, we were talking about Fred. I don't know. It's Fred here. Prison though. Yeah, he did work at a prison. I think it was in Overton, North Carolina. Where? Overton, North Carolina. Yeah. We do know what just happened with you. No. Something really sketchy. Then I spoke with someone who said,
I protect them. I always protect them. I don't have any.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
What did we say?
Oh, I don't know. I just think who was the protection? Oh, sorry.
I don't get it.
I was saying sorry. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about feelings. That's all I remember.
You told me that it was a kind of phase. Things. Who would be the protector?
Oh, my protector is Maria.
Maria, I don't like very much to talk with you.
If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know. Sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't.
Whatever, I love it for you, Terrence.
Yeah.
Terrence, you look at such a kind of mistake. Terrence, where is the station when you go when, say, Maria is in the
I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and go and find her.
well, I would like to go there and let me talk with Maria. And we'll do it on top again. But now I'd like you to go to a special place and Maria, I need to talk to you. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. What people do. Is that correct?
I think she does, for sure, but
I need to talk with you.
yeah.
I know you can hear me. And you know what I am.
Okay, we paused it at 1 hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
Well, that was a joke. Technique in which we learned how to get to talk. Self, with patients themselves by more healthy. Get to this old days were used hypnosis much. However, it's known that dissociative individuals are very suggestive. So you always that's this. If you're talking with a kid or with somebody who has a problem, let's say, what do you suggest that we trust her, that we are find out more? You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your work. And we learned, and this is not only from aggressive patients, but from a product. That is, that by and large, they have a special place. Because it is known that, say, there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on if you're. Sometimes. And what we learn from our patients is to simply What happens to you? Where do you go? Where do you go? When I'm talking to so-and-so, Maria, where do you go? What about a special place? When you have a special?
And let me start. I get that. That's why you're asking at the end, tell me about your special place, so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
If you, like, someone can say, there is no special, I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Miss Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. You've watched it more than I don't know if that was the first time, but
well, and
I
let me
know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise or in the wanted to talk to the.
But you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes.
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, you know, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very commonly, but at the beginning,
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typically Maria or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, well-listed.
Well, she said she's the protector, and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
Well, she said,
can I finish my question, please? And then she said, well, yeah, Maria's my protector.
Yeah.
And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said, right?
Right.
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
Right.
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the point was.
The point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. It doesn't have. This is not a total different unit. Not a consistent person who remembers it or who you would always be a certain way.
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? Yes. So far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words. Advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should.
Is that logical?
Logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
Thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Oh, wait a minute here. You just told the court that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just.
There's probably, this is probably it.
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young.
Yeah, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. that somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them.
Take you all of these to copy.
And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap.
And if
Let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
These are documents that were already provided.
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young, and let's see if
At least
they are what he understands them to be.
I've seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
I don't know what this is.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tellini we have in discovery, which talk about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors. On the top of it, it says Letecia, and then below it, it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not, because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her when she's already told the court she didn't have them.
All right, well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are. And we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record, as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want it. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I just asked that Mr. Tellini join me in that, so we're looking at the same.
That's fine.
things.
So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All rise.
Did the witness just impeach herself? I have no words. This bullshit might work where she testifies, but come on. This is crazy. What the hell is going on? Rowena said, yes, she did. She impeached herself. Oh, lordy, lordy. They need to throw her ass out right now. Problem is, if they do, it gives Letecia an appeal. What's up, Rowena?
I'm pissed.
What are you pissed about?
She needs to be booted. She lied on the stand. If you lie, that's it. You're done. You lied. You lied under oath. So I can't take, I hope that the jurors really see this and that they know that everything that she has said before and will say, it's a lie.
Yeah.
She lost all credibility. You sat there that had a special, all this okay, you have discovery, all that comes in, and then you take parts of that discovery and you put it into evidence. Then that way the state can put on their experts to counteract what you're going to say. She's springing up crap. She's sitting there lying. They've had no chance to see. He's never seen this. This is unfair. This is unfair. She needs to be booted. I've never in my life, I knew this was going to be a crazy trial, but I had this is off the chain. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I was not expecting this by
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Never did I expect this. And to sit there and not, less than 7 minutes after you've said you don't have something, and then you sit there and say, well, it's in my notes. What? You just lied. You lied to a judge. You lied. She needs to be taken off the stand.
Fine Art said, not only is it beyond ridiculous, it's perjury, contempt, and all kinds of shit. She's
Yeah.
going to cause a mistrial with this shit, and she's allowing it.
Yeah.
He's
And I
allowing
think
it. And that's
I
what I'm
think that's her goal. I think that a mistrial, I think that is her goal. I
think
really do.
the defense
Because
is
she's made it,
well,
she got mopped up.
Well, the defense is actually going to they're going to call for a mistrial.
Oh, yeah.
Snazzy said Lewis was squirreling away trophies for her own collection. Exactly.
I,
Thank you for the super sticker, Snazzy. Angel says this is what this doctor does. She gets folks lost in her circle of words.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Space Cake said, yep.
She needs to be booted.
I think so too.
I'm sorry. Screw mistrial. Your witness that they're perjured herself, lied under oath. She's gone. Next. Bold face just lied. The entitlement of this woman. My God. No rules apply to her. None. Not even an oath.
Nope. You
Down
swear
to a cell phone and your son smoking pot in the stairwell. Dear God.
Christina said, who is paying this woman? The state of Colorado.
Yeah.
The taxpayers of Colorado are paying her.
Didn't she say that she had spent 14 hours to this case? So it's 350 by 14.
Uh-huh.
And that's a discount rate. So, I mean, I think $350 an hour is a lot, but
Yeah, Letecia's on clearance.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Lou's going to be on real clearance after this. They need to make another little Netflix series on this right here. I cannot believe that she lied on the stand as an expert witness. You're not talking about some neighbor. You're not talking about somebody that knew her. You're not talking when she was a child. You're not talking about a family member. You were talking about the defense the defense main witness. Everything banked on her, and she just lied on the stand. And I'm gonna tell you, all they have to do is stand up. I was involved in a trial. It wasn't a criminal trial, and I was involved in a trial, and the prosecuting attorney stood up and made a fool of himself, and it was called a mistrial, and it was over before I could even take the stand. And yeah, it was a whole big mess. It can happen at any time, but that's what he wanted because he knew he just lost his case. He knew he just lost it because the judge gave out another ruling and he lost his crap. Unfortunately, not in front of the jury, and yeah, he lost it. I mean, news crews were outside the courtroom because the fool got arrested. If he would have moved a hair, I was just waiting, just let one hair on my head move, I was going to fall out in the courtroom, be taken off by ambulance, and he'd have been paid. He was that evil. He's as evil as her. Wow. Good God. They could do mistrial. They can stand up at the 23rd hour, 59 minute, and stand up, say something, boom, mistrial done. And Letecia, if y'all think that she ain't playing with her fingers and loving every minute of this, she's loving it. Because she's that sick. I'm so mad. And I'm pissed that, I mean, I know the judge he couldn't just fly off like we do because I could never be a judge or cop or nothing, but yeah, they do need the 15 minutes and everything, but that's not fair. That is not fair to the state.
No, it's not.
It's like walking in with a gun. It's like walking in with a murder weapon in a trial and going, oh, well, I found this here. It fell behind the seat of my patrol car, but here you go. I think this is it. You can't do that. And I really hope that the jury and everybody watching the trial, every expert witness that's called on a trial, I hope people don't. It hurts the true expert witnesses.
It really does. You're exactly right. Because this quack she has screwed the pooch.
Yeah. She screwed the whole litter.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. And I watch trials all the time. Look, I'm 3 trials right now. Daybell, West, and this one. All 3 of them every day. Every day I'm on it. Every day. And thank God 2 times. I think Slim taught me how to do 2 times speed. Thank God. I've never, and I love court cases. We used to go, me and my husband, we used to go watch real trials just for the hell of it. Because we work nights. So we'd go get a couple hours sleep, and if there's a good trial, we'd go watch it. You know? It was cool. I love it. I think the judicial system, I think we have the greatest system in the world.
I do too.
But
I mean, this is the cornerstone of democracy, what we're watching right now, but we have a liar on the damn stand.
I know. You cannot bust out. Look, she said she didn't have him 7 minutes later. She has it. That's a lot. She lied to the court. Throw her out. And every bit of testimony that she gave, I don't think the jury should consider one bit.
Snazzy said she's a disgrace to her field.
She is. And I tell you what, she has just made the experts that the defense came up and tried to say, you know, well, there's overcrowding and you didn't want her there and all this. Their credibility just skyrocketed because they could answer a question. They were asked a question. Why did you ask her this? And they told them this, then that. She needs to retire. Stop it. You're hurting people. Just stop it.
There was no mess until she got on the stand.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. From smoking pot in the stairwells to showing up late, to having your cell phones, to lying saying you don't have something. 7 minutes later, you're still under oath. Then you have it. And the state, they must have studied her, because for him to, I never saw this, but for him, because I wondered, like, why is he asking that, before they brought the jury in? He must have known what her little tactics are, because everybody's got a tactic.
Brown
Period.
Eyes Blue said she's trying to throw this trial, and that's what they're trying to do.
They know that she knows she lost. She knew yesterday. Look, how many weeks have we been sitting here watching witness after witness after witness after witness? She's on the stand, what, a half a day? And he mopped the floor with her. I'm sure she couldn't sleep. I'm sure she did review the crap out of her notes, because she was probably flustered enough to walk yesterday. And I'm sure she didn't appreciate the whole little thing of, no, you can't contact attorneys. No, you can't contact Letecia. Well, who's to say that if she's going to break every other rule, how do I know she didn't call up the defense attorney last night? How do we know that? I don't trust anything she says now. That's what I'm saying. You can't have it both ways. Okay? Once you're a liar, once I see it and I have proof that you're a liar, then you're a liar. Period. Everything that you've said up to this and everything that you'll say past this is a lie to me. You've lied. And you lied under oath in a courtroom, trying to get a woman off and put her in a mental hospital to where she can get out in X number of years and walk around society doing what she did to Gannon. And I'm going to tell you what, I hope and pray to God his little spirit touches every single juror. Every single one. And I hope he just screams.
I hope it haunts Leticia's dreams every night.
Oh, I think it will. Yeah. I hope it haunts Dr. Lewis's. I'm telling you, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. This was a spit in the face of the judicial system in every aspect. And she just topped it off with a big, fat, honking lie on evidence. On discovery. The state has, what are they going to do? Call in somebody and have them look at those notes? They can't, the state, they can't call in anybody to be able to preface what she's going to say. And I would love to know how he knew she was going to pull that.
Me too.
I'd love to know it. I'd love to know how he knew that.
Well, Fine Art on Fire said, I guarantee they talked last night.
Oh, if she's not going to follow the rules, why would she follow the rule of not speaking to somebody? That's what I'm saying. She's lost every bit of credibility, every single smidge. She might be an awful person, but apparently she's very smart. She ain't even smart today. She ain't even smart. All you got to do to get to be an attorney, a surgeon, whatever, you got to have enough student loans. You ain't got to be smart. Hate to tell y'all, you ain't got to be smart. I've met plenty of dumbasses that make a lot of money, and all they did was have a lot of student loans, or they came from family that paid for college. And this chick, no credibility whatsoever.
So what should the judge do?
Because he should throw her out.
He should throw her out, but if he erases her whole testimony, then it's a mistrial because Letecia doesn't have a defense. See, that's the problem.
Is there nobody else on their list? Is this it? This is it.
Nope. All the eggs are in one basket.
Well, I don't want a mistrial, but he needs to give a very strong jury instruction that she lied on the stand. And they heard that. Just like he said, this is why I just asked you about this and you lied. Now you do have them. And then the jury's called back out. You can't unring that bell. You can't put that toothpaste back in that tube. They heard it. They know she's a liar now. So go on.
No, I'd put her crusty ass in jail right now.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing.
I would put her crusty ass in jail right now and just say, enough with you.
There has to be some kind of ramifications. If I got up there and I wasn't an expert witness. Okay, if I just got up there and I just lied, I just lied, what would happen to me?
You be in jail.
Exactly. Is she gonna bill jail hours to the state? Is she gonna do that? I can't believe. I'm blown away. I'm blown out of the water. And every single mental health professional needs to be outraged at what she is doing on this stand, because there are people out there.
People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Mr. Tellini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Tellini's redirect. We'll keep the notes over on the table. Someone can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going.
Okay.
And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini? Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copies of reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tellini is going to provide you with copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file. And
We could take those and have one of our people start copying it now.
yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom. And it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One that will get to us, we'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the defense.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
It's essential that they be copied in color because to be interpreted the colors must be copied. It was absolutely, it's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now. Let's bring the jury back in. See if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break and Mr. Tomini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stauch, correct?
Not yet. Because I don't know what there is there in terms of that interview. If you have the whole thing, you will see those documents in your.
Let me just ask you a simple question. Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stauch? Yes or no?
I gave them to you. Yeah, they are there, but they haven't.
At this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tellini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tellini? It's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that had not been referenced, that were notes that was documented that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there. And I think that's a little bit of the is having as far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation and appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Whatever she signed there, what I had was turned over to Tellini to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach a witness?
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you taken a moment to look at that document?
This is not. This is a different patient with my knowledge. But you have a question about it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Sure. You recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication of mine to this,
An email between you and Mr. Tellini, correct?
to the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you had with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday, and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Cellini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the word.
Withdrawn, your request for an
It
EEG.
was not a permanently withdrawn thing, it was saying right now.
No, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer
Dr.
my
Lewis, the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tellini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is sent to him. But
Mr. Young?
We move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
No objection. Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, and now if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important. It was just organizing in my head as most important. Like that became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things that arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply I did not wish to fight with the court over are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I say it can be addressed again. I did not think of it as a withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve your document from you, please? This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Letecia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that time that was most important. But this was not something that I was going to, I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think it's, I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that Mr. Cellini had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
You know, I'm going to ask that be
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis.
I'd
I'd like Dr. Lewis, please stop.
Wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Tellini? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're going to play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV? Okay. And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 732. We're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of it again, please.
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
Apparently we got the screen.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
My initials there. And who said that? She said that she didn't know who you were. Who was it? Okay. Because you know, Taylor, I didn't break out. You did not break out. That's finding them together, but I can let her know. Okay, we were just for tea there, baby TA, Steve is also a child, like, and here is so gentle, when I was, this, with a lefty, Letecia, Letecia, that is Letecia. And so, Taylor, that's why we said, when you, what was Letecia? This, she's a lefty. Okay, you said you need to talk to her, Letecia, she's all. Yeah, but, Letecia wrote that, yeah. Okay, and Letecia, I just want to say the left hand, because, you Taylor are right. Just, you know, and he said, Taylor, okay, I two, oh, I don't need to play favorites. You're important. Important. And each of you seems to believe in so, yes, it's not true. Maria said she will come in on her terms I don't think that she answers anyone. Who said that? Was that, doesn't have to think? Starting to research on her drugs, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Letecia can only talk to her, not me. But you'll can talk to her. Yeah, yeah, but that's what I can't tell what to do. But she can, because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I mean? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that world. So, yeah, so that's why you see what I need to read. There's a lot more romance and the two. Right, so like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like get argued. Someday she gets like, because I don't like the good, not the bad. Letecia is bad. You see what I'm saying? They go with my better. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I do a lot more good. You see what I'm saying? You do a lot more. Yeah. She don't always agree with the good. What you say is. Right. Okay. Well, my I just get it good. Let's, do good that people do right by me. Yeah. You think I'm sometimes I'm no, I'm saying I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so she thinks that it's good that they don't. Right. And so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me. Well, yeah, so seems to me that sometimes you think it's good. See, to be the strong do fight for things under your control, and then they don't see it's right. I try to like be the mediator or try to be calm. Everybody else get along, communicate, do good to people. What happens when you temperance the best what happens to them? You take over and then takes away from like the good part of Taylor, the good part of Taylor is being like a good communicator, effective, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them. You get up to like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how are you guys doing? They don't even know it's you. Oh, they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be me, but then I can take it if they're like that. I love it. How straight are you with me? How honest are you? I'm honest with you. Yeah. Even if you want to ask them, you're really well, you can change your mind. Maybe what happens? Taylor
Still to Maria Taylor, sent on the sign of Taylor's and Maria, but it's not there. I did Maria's as Taylor, because you see it's laying for stuff. You can put, where, and it's with you. Taylor, I really mixed her.
So what happened was, did you want to tell you what happened?
Sure.
Okay, so the night of January 27th, 2020, I had reported Gannon missing because he was.
You had notice.
I had.
So it was January 7th, 2000. So you reported that he was missing.
Because I was calm at first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot. He would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or like not yet. I was not there. Suddenly it already happened to me. No, nothing had happened to him. Nobody was saw that. After a while. After you were there, right? He was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing. He was, well, I was in this. Guess he was the house or he was hiding it, I'm not sure. That's why I moved to go to the room. I think all of you, right now, talk to everybody. Come to everybody. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to, you want to do right by the TC. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting help. Not always kind of like so that. But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to them. Should I tell you? Do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Or what you told me? Really? Really? Yes. So, as we heard, I'm just keep going, but I'm just gonna keep going. He was missing, and then I called him. And I really started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried, because I realized that it started to rain, get cold outside. And then when what's the version of it? He was blood. Really, he was dead. And I do something. I did try to bring him back. And started praying over him. I'm trying to bring him back to life. That when he didn't come back to life, he didn't. Where was he lying? Oh, in my house. In your arms. Where had you found it? I don't remember where I found it. Just I don't know. So you know he was in your arms. But if you don't understand why it was like that, it's like that. Because he wasn't supposed to die. He was not supposed to die. What was supposed to? Was not supposed to die, no. So someone had made one that she got something else. No. What was what was the idea? What was not supposed to be him? It wasn't supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be. Was it supposed to be? And our, it was. No, what did you think it was? I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster. It's really any. I'm not a lesbian, and I heard people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone, and I'm a scam. Okay, under no circumstances, I think you just can't analyze. Were you doing something? It's not a word. Did you do something with what was your? Did it was to me? Did it look like something? Oh. You know, they don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was Gannon. I never knew it was him. Which is just. Someone was in the home, we don't understand. Someone was in the home, right? Someone was like, yes, they're in the home. Yeah. We someone big, okay. They're going to hurt everyone. They're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone. Everyone was going to hurt someone. There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun. What did you do? All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cave, okay? So all I did, all I did was grab the gun. And what happened? You saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired the gun. That's what I did. Okay? All I did. You don't understand. I had to protect the people that were in the house. Okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them, I had to protect them. All I did, okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know, didn't have a safety, I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do. I'm trained to do that, okay? You're trained to kill, okay? You're trained to kill. That's what I do, but trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill, okay? That's what I do. I kill for a living. Okay. Anyone that tries to hurt me, I'm trained to kill. Okay. That hurts anyone or no. That hurts the people that I care about. Okay. So you kill. Yes. Yeah. That hurts. You do care. Yes. And that's what I did. I took the gun. I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on. They looked like a dangerous man. And so it's a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I'm a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I call. This is how you old. Yes. And then that's what I did. Killed the man, okay? Yeah. Oh. They come to the home. That's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize it was not the person? I don't realize anything. I left immediately. I left immediately after I did my job. You realize I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for the Letecia and family and for the threat. They so short. Because the Letecia, my family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Letecia's family. Really? Letecia's son was missing. To protect him, which is what I do. She was upset. Everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset. Everyone was crying. That's what I do. And then I left. I don't know what happened at random. Who did this? If I decided to pick a police, what? If I decided to police, I have to the police. No. I'm just it's double up. What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just try. Maria. You know what I think? Right, I think the signal with your it's no value that you want to know it's invisible. You know, yep. I have jobs to do. I have to drop in early. Only what is this yet? I always have perfect. But which? Who do you turn this information? Us. The gypsy people. I don't answer to that. No, you don't answer to me. I'm just trying to. I want something. I think you can tell. I don't think you would have. I should.
I'm working my ass off to help with this. It's a very tough, you know. Because if you're kind of strong arm that makes you so. Right. This is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not for you. Even my cabinets when I dressed. I don't copy them. I don't copy them. You don't do that or you don't like them. I'm not copy. You don't cats. This. Well, you just tell me. You just tell me. The favorite. A neighborhood, times a neighborhood. You're ever strong and you feel it. I think we all have fantasy and feel strong. And everyone help me defend. Do you need any comes to me? You need anything? Do you need any comes to me? Do you need anything comes to me? No. Absolutely. You helped. And you got rid of, well, look to you like something is very simple. You shot from the and the person where it was went down and you then left. And not correct job. Well, the job wasn't really done because, as I understand it, I haven't seen. And then I had to go up and. How do you sort of not never that you do it every time? But in general, multiple times. Like, it's about. Yeah, so. What did you do? Yeah. So, well, you had to bring it in. So, and I certainly I don't have any contacts. So you don't just work for the Letecia. Then I had to contact her before in Mexico. You did I think protect her before Mexico. You did. I did. You protect her before us. Wow. How old was she when you first met her? Well, my dad is different than yours. Your what? My years are different than yours. How old are you? 28. You're 28, 28. So she was without me. So 11 years ago. I'm always 28. I'm always on this way. Yeah, she's very young. So my years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try. And our mysticals. Yeah. Yeah. Very different. So have you been teaching protector from the time he arrived for what was happening to her protection? Who's going to do this information? I don't see anyone else. What? I don't see anyone else. I did not without her permission. Her permission. And we'll talk about would you are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria is? Sure. Yeah. Okay. So they will do that. And I think I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like if we use this, these would only be in Letecia's favor to get Letecia's help and some maybe some educated But I don't know names. What are you good?
No, absolutely.
Yes. Take a look over there. Got a group there. Can I see Raven? You always see Raven? Yeah. Me too. Yes, you. Seriously. It was never told me. So, deals, I want to thank you. You did very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself? Or you spray? No, I'm very. You are. This is what I do. Well, you do it. I know you're very great to trust us. But we will believe it's what we told them. And if it does not help, Letecia, I'm agree.
Just stays here.
I think 5 minutes. We were pretty hard today. We should take a rest for maybe an hour to go from the club. Let's go back into it. And let's move. Is it her? Sure. Okay, so let's see. 2 or 3. I do need the promise. It only promises that you guys I have a request. I know I would like you not to hurt and to remain safe and strong, but not hurting. If you think this real whatever talent, you'll only have me to tell to you tomorrow. But you have do you know who they are? You can talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let me read you. Yeah. But she doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I went with them, right when I talked with her, that she got a feeling. I hope it's really was I don't maybe yes and that I don't know. But I would and I would he was yeah. Okay, I would take a Maria, I have something that I'm very much to do to the well, still I don't. Where is that? Yes.
Okay, the camera or the video stops at 140 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there? Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis, he's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What is your son doing in the interview room?
Particular interview, we had asked one looking at her, and I asked her, could have been. No, I didn't.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first degree murder and bring your son along?
Stand it. Here. Cameras be on us, and that there be company. I had said I'd like to have them on. I believe it was Josh who told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
One was asked to run, if he knew how, and could he run the cameras.
Why did you stop the interview?
Tired. Seemed to try. Probably. Not at all.
Well,
you don't go on endlessly.
you spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the characters they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change. She looks different. She sounds different. She does different things. She protects. That I think that there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, and so you're saying that Letecia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not, I you did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth, and her identity and who she is with.
What'd you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that there's down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Those were preserved, but I don't know who she was. I didn't.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I may, they may be there. It might be, and they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some. When there is a real definitive kind of different. This is a fluid kind of, as I told you, on again, off again, perfect logical.
But what Maria says to you is a mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
gee, someone says this, and another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes or no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on.
In this portion we just saw.
At the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, so that about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
It does not make logical sense. And not how you conduct psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. After that, follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything, or her expression change. You saw what this person said change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them. And I have down here, as I'm looking at that thing, is this
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I'm
Okay?
trying to do that. I'm
Can
saying.
you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
No,
He didn't? Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating a monster necessarily in his year. No, he did not see.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna.
he did probably, but no, it was not a wonderful.
Can we agree to disagree on that? Please.
See the first game.
All right, we're going to go to the last clip, Doctor. Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I don't want to say, about an hour and 30 minutes or so. Okay, so are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and.
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably going to take a break in about 20 minutes. So find a
Okay, so
good place.
it will be a bit of a break.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to have the jury sitting there for all of this. So find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just leave the TV on.
Oh, okay.
And this is the confession. This is unbalanced. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso bona para magna we say solemnemente. Ante radit Letecia, se Dana Maria, se meda sana in conversano, vetera desunt. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a confession?
Because I saw this
Confess. As an alaka confesso. I, Maria, confesso, we don't know what she's confessing to.
I know I just told you it says foundation on that.
But hold on. Did you ever take Latin in school?
No, I just figured it was that. has to be different in Spanish because of the way it's written back here.
It's not Spanish.
Yeah, I knew it was not Spanish, but I don't know Spanish. Yeah.
We would be blessed. They did.
Some Portuguese. That's what I said. Maybe like people something.
Maria, then Sana. Maria is in, that's the same line, I think. It's not. Then Sana encompasses son. Resurrected son. Well, maybe have these and photocopy them. Because it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Yeah. Maria, aka what is Aleia?
I don't know. I don't know.
We say defending, something about defending. And for us to this is updated, I think which would be kind of a free.
You take a lot of languages.
like saying French, so okay. And we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not. I get by. Okay. So anybody here? No.
So let's see. That's the lady has been here for a while. She keeps going back to her husband, she be on. And what if she get that here? She gets the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys. She's like a young lady. With a young, like the man who used to live in her house. Yeah, it was. I know, old she was getting in trouble when she. Let's go. Yeah, yeah, it was. Yeah.
Well, it could have been a flare. Oh, I always looking it up. But, yeah. That's good, right? It's fun. Watchers, I think from the mass, rest in peace, right? That's good. But you believe that is a confession from Maria?
Well, I was the one where I thought it was the
yeah, and confession.
That's the other rest. Since that. Well, because that's why I say the rather be, that's why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't. So, other than that, that's why I was Spanish.
Yeah, well, it's a little mess. But it's from wrong.
So I was the most Spanish. I figured out something.
Do you think that Maria did it?
Oh, I didn't.
See,
I remember it. And just have little flashbacks or what I mean.
what are the flashbacks?
Just remember blood.
Yeah.
And
Take Okay. Tell me about the cave.
Just remember seeing someone in my cave. I remember seeing someone in my cave.
You remember
I heard a baby crying.
have you been flying with them?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Really?
See this, I just heard a baby crying and seeing someone in my cave.
This is an interview. So tell me about the person in the cave.
So the person was in like a red and black cave.
Yeah. How big a person?
I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 foot.
Man,
Was it here?
a man. Tall. 6 feet. And stay. How would the songs? Well,
I just remember being like in a room in a corner or something. I hate it in front of him.
was he in the corner or were you?
No, the man was in the cave in the corner.
The man was in the cave.
And the cave was red and black.
I thought yesterday, I think Maria said that Janet got up and was in the cave. Is that,
I don't remember Anthony.
people?
No. No.
Josh, do you recall? Yesterday, I mean, I had thought that it was of Janet in the cave.
I realized even. I never wanted to begin.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah.
It was a man and a rose up. And where was Janet during?
I don't know.
And it would help if I thought the regular was Maria, because she relates. And he could probably control us. She said, I thought. So that, you know, it's been 2 years, people talking.
She would have never found.
She would there. Well, that's. I mean, would you want to just kind of invade into the background of the launch? And I'm going to say, if someone putting on, should be on the same thing. That's a really terrible. Really good.
No, they just always keep.
Yes.
It's a good spot to pause it. We paused it at 17:31.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Gamer said, is that the doctor's son in the front row? That is what I believe. If any juror was on the fence, they're not now. You're right, Fine Art on Fire, because this went the wrong way for them. Woo. Where Summer said, how many questions do you all think the jurors are going to ask? Well, I was worried a week or so ago because they were asking questions that they were actually, oh gosh, they were seemed to me they were kind of buying into what's going on. I don't think they could be now. JM's just said, got her. Got her. Wow. Yeah, Shelly, I know what you're talking about. Man. This is just insane. I mean, what a waste of taxpayer dollars. And I know some people say, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does. It does. Because what? This is a waste of taxpayer dollars. I'm just going to say it that way. Connie said, Letecia is toast. Rogue House said, frightening. They could have fallen for it before. Hello, True Crime with Shannon.
OMG.
Tell me all about it, girlfriend.
I just got off work so I can call in. I'm like, oh my God. First of all, I don't know half of what they're saying. But anyway, I don't think it matters at this point.
No.
I guarantee you the jury's thinking, thank God we don't have court tomorrow. That's what they're thinking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow there's no court.
They're like, we need to go get a Xanax or something. I feel sorry for them.
Go to the stairwell and smoke some hacky weed with the doctor's son.
So are we confirmed that the doctor's son was the one doing that?
Oh, you know, I believe everything I read on the internet.
Oh, yeah, me too. Okay, cool. Well, he was in the room with him there, so I got to tell you, the DA's office, the prosecution state is amazingly calm with her in all relativity. I think, he's just tired of her crap and he's just like, listen, just answer the questions so we can get done with this. Period. And it's like, I can't wait till they finish with her because at this point I'm like, take off, woman. Get back to your little self and do your little smoking or whatever you're doing and go home. So, yeah. So I don't know. I don't think the jury's swayed at all. And I am scared that we were all talking about earlier about the whole mistrial thing. I hope to gosh that does not happen. And I think the state's trying not to do that. I think they're trying to save it as much as they can.
With the expert witness lying on the stand and not being impeached. See, had they had more than one witness for them, I believe that they would have impeached her.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I don't know. I mean, I'm curious though. Like, I wish we had an attorney in our pack, on our community. Like,
we're all attorneys on here because we have Google, right?
I know. I'm gonna be I'm gonna become a doctor on Google.
Same.
But seriously, I don't know. Do you think T's gonna testify? I think she's going to, unless they really sway her not to. Because really, at this point, what else could she possibly do? I mean, she's not gonna. I think the jury's already made up their mind after this. So.
Well, constitutionally, they can't make their mind up yet. They have to listen to everything and deliberate, but they're still human. They could have had their mind made up when they walked in.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. They're human beings. I just, there's been some very strange juries in that area as of late. But you can only be on the jury, once, like, I think, every year?
I'm not sure. It's at least, I think that's at least a year. I think I haven't been called in forever, which I probably would never get chosen anyway, which should be totally.
No, they don't.
Once they take a look at what I'm up, when I'm for it against, they're going to be like, yeah, we don't want her. So, but at this point, I'm like, justice for Gannon, I mean, forget about her, and the judge was saying, oh, because of her. I'm like, listen, the judge doesn't care about her either. I mean, he's not going to tell anybody that, but at this point, he's just trying to get this not tossed out as much as he can, because who the heck wants to go through this again? And my biggest fear is that Al and, Landon and, the family would have to go through it again.
Yeah.
And, it's bad enough for everybody else, but I mean, the family is what,
And that's
it's like,
what's
geez.
scary, because
It's
this
hard.
woman's not going away.
No. Yeah, I had a friend ask me who's only sort of, paying attention. She's, well, what's the difference if she goes to a mental hospital? I'm like, well, then she can freaking get out.
Yeah.
I said, we don't want her out. Do you want her to go out and do, I mean, no. It's like there's reasons why we want her locked up, and that's it. Period.
We want her in prison. We want a conviction where we can't get her out. That's it. She's got no way to get out. Throw away the key, let the judge sentence her. Because I believe in Colorado, correct me if I'm wrong, that the judge does the sentencing, not the jury.
I think I know that they just did that in New York. I'm thinking it's similar to New York, because in New York with the Thomas Valva, they just had the another step monster, and the jury found her guilty, and then the judge sentenced her. Same thing with the dad last year. So I think they're very similar to New York in that too.
Because there's a few states where the jury can actually impose the sentence. I
have to look it up to be sure, unless somebody's,
I'm not
maybe
look
look
my
it up in the chat. Somebody can maybe look it up in the chat real quick.
But like in Oklahoma, the judge imposes the sentence, but he takes the jury's what they want under advisement. So if the jury goes with death, now they can't put a whole buffet of punishments out there.
Yeah.
It's got to be one or the other. Are they going to have life in prison, or are they going to have the death penalty? Colorado doesn't have the death penalty, but now in your state, like mine, they kill them.
Yep. We sure do. We sure do. But that's the same, I mean, if you don't have if they don't go for the death penalty, whether they decide to do it or not when they prosecute, the best thing we want is, basically life in prison without the possibility of parole. And, unfortunately, the other case that I was talking about was they both got 25 years to life, which they can try to get, go to the board, I think after 10 years or something like that. But I don't think it's going to happen for a lot of those cases. When they involve kids, really hard for them to get out.
Well, in New York, they will probably get out in 15 years.
Oh dear. I hope not.
I mean, I read everything in that case, the one you're talking about. And I mean, it's
horrific. It's a horrific case.
A horrific case. And that judge is not, he didn't really, and I don't mean New York as a state, like New York's bad.
This is Suffolk County, yeah. So this was Long Island, so.
Yeah, but I mean, this judge, he's not really putting the screws to anyone there.
No, and there's a whole lot of other issues with that too. I mean, there's another CPS issue there, and so I mean, and of course they're all talking, we're all chatting about that, and I'm like, gosh, I said, I could tell you a couple of those. I said, and that's just not even digging in too far. I mean, you got Harmony Montgomery.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of issues, and they're just saying New York, and all these people are coming out saying they've dealt with it. I'm like, oh, I'm sure there's many, many more, all over the country. So, I mean, and it's sad. It's really sad. And these judges are putting, these judges and CPS workers are allowing a certain parent or whatever to take the kids. And look, of course, what just happened with the SA offender, I'm saying, with the whole tragedy.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of that our system is just, it's not working. And it's like, I believe in our system, but something's going on. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but something's got to be fixed.
We have a great system, but we have terrible judges, and these judges are elected, they're appointed. And that's the problem. And they're appointed by certain
Yeah.
people, but I won't get into all that right now. OJ's in a bad mood.
Oh, I know that gets political. Oh yeah, you and I could probably do a whole thing on CPS and the judges.
Oh.
I'm gathering all kinds of info right now. It's
Well,
like a whole rabbit hole, man. It's a whole rabbit hole just for that.
Well, and it is because the problem is CPS, they're social workers. They're not law enforcement.
And they're
Nothing.
not supposed to have more than like they're saying 12 to 15 cases a month, and you know they're loading them up. People don't want to work, and you know, and it's I don't think it's ever not been an issue really. I think it's you know it's gotten worse before it's gonna ever get better. I mean, I don't know if you watch Law and Order SVU. There was a whole episode a few years back on you know it actually had Whoopi Goldberg in it, and whole the CPS failures, and this kid died, and they went back and they tried to backlog and put all these updates in there. So, and I'm like, because all they based everything on real cases, which is you know, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like that's just one, guys. I'm like, and they're like, this is real. I'm like, oh no, that's real. I guarantee it. You know. And
Well,
they,
what's
you know, so
crazy
there's
to me with the whole CPS system is it should never happen. CPS should only be there if mom and dad die in a car wreck and they need to find a way to place kids with a grandparent.
Right.
It all starts at home.
Well, you know, and or you have, you know, that case, you know, and you know, with the whole Tommy's case, it's like he actually told a CPS worker what was going on and they did nothing. So I mean, there's a failures and then there's real failures. I mean, you go from, you know, maybe they didn't catch on to too much, and then you have that one was just like the kid actually went to them and said, "Please help me." I mean, what the heck?
And then you have these reports of CPS workers that were meeting at the house every week upon week upon week upon week. And then they would go to the judge and say, this is my recommendation. And the judge would say he wouldn't take it.
Yeah, that's why the judges are part of the problem too.
The judges are the big part of the problem.
So you got both. It's a whole drag out situation. So I mean, it's like I wish I had more time to dig further into. I'm like, man, it's just digging just more and more. Because it's so sad when you get these kids involved. It's horrific.
Well, the kids are the ones that always get the short end of the stick in any situation.
Yeah.
And that's what's really sad.
I agree. So I don't know. Let's just hope for this case. You know, we need to hope that we don't get this one mistrial. I mean, I do think it's very teetering right now. It's teetering, and I think that they're trying their darndest, though. They really are. And
well, I was just reading about mistrial in Colorado, and there was a mistrial in another county, same state, because I only compare apples and apples. I try my best I can. And there was a mistrial for an expert that showed up late.
Oh dear.
Had nothing to do with the testimony.
Uh-oh.
So,
uh-oh.
Chicka Boom Boom.
Oh boy.
She's been late all week. Her son's been smoking the joints out in the stairwell. She was lying on the stand.
I can't believe. I mean, it's just like it's just like I was saying. I mean, I don't even like to say too much, but I'm like, it's just such a shit show.
Yeah,
it truly is. I mean, and it's sad because it's screwing Gannon. I don't care about her. None of us really, you know. I mean, we don't care about screwing her. We care about it screwing this poor kid. And you know, you've got, you know, like I said, we got the family there, and I think of them. It's just, and I know the judge. He seems to me like he's given. I don't know. They got to be trying to push this out so they don't have to do another one. But I don't know if it's going to still get thrown out. We could still hear that Friday we're screwed. So I don't know.
You know, I don't know what's going to happen, but I have a feeling if the defense calls for mistrial, the judge is just going to say no and let the appellate court deal with it.
Yeah.
Because the evidence against her is insane. I mean, there's tons of evidence against her. So one technicality in this trial cannot put her out on the streets walking around.
Yeah.
And you know what? Hey, if she gets out and she's walking around, we know a ton of people in Candace Wells' circle that'll take care of her. She can go live with Kathy.
She'll get the cornbread mafia on them.
There you go.
There you go. Oh dear. Well, hopefully they'll be back in a second. Looks like we're timing down. Oh, I don't know though. This is definitely gotten my blood pressure up, and I'm trying to bring it back down even before all this.
Me too. My friend Gina called me and she's like, I'm watching this trial with you. And she was like, my blood pressure is 160 over 78. I'm like, you might want to retake that again.
Yeah, I think everyone needs to take it again after they've relaxed later.
Yeah.
It's like we're all going, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just take a poll real quick. Does anyone in here believe that Letecia has the DID?
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions when the video comes.
Okay. And how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes. 17:31. An hour and 20 minutes or so. My math is terrible. Sorry.
Okay. Your Honor, the parties have talked about maybe going a little bit later today. If we think he'll get done with Dr. Lewis, that would be acceptable.
If we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure,
one of them may be done at 5, but and we have one juror who
I know with the accident.
Right.
Yes.
So
She said good.
Okay. So but if we can check with them, it's okay with me. So all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay, so I can put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
Yeah.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the horrible here just say really bad. I'm getting the sideburns on it, but the sideburns on it. And he has that down on that. But and so Marie. Marie.
What is caught your attention there? What do you see? Did they go? Maria, I think it's time for me. Which story is letter? Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Maria. Tell me that. Can you read it to me? And what the language it's in? And what is it? How many would it be? Okay. Kind of funny. It's really, it's, we just, and you want me, when you want me, you should read that. Or me. No, just the, four, four up here. Do you see my hand? What do you want from me? I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate? Of course I can. Okay. Can you translate? Would you translate it? This. Government. I don't know. With the like bankruptcy and also bankruptcy. And when that what's here, and was it to this for the university. I'm going to get what is here. I volunteer. Self-defense. Self-defense, you know. I can bet when it's self-defense, what did you do? You I had the impression that we got a lot of Letecia to be playing for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control of things. Maybe it was He's told me to work on the was her name or what is do you think harmony sometimes means people not sounding out and keeping each other, keeping whether or not is on where the resident soul, but harmony was the resident, harmony was left. And how old is her? And who was And who's it? In that. Pardon? Leticia's dad. Leticia's dad or Leticia's dad is respecting. Well, let's do harmony. As we get Leticia. And who's harmony something? I think it's just harmony. Yeah, just for the words of the mother. Then you said harmony is a day. She's 10 years old and she was molested by her step dad and again was by a stepmother. Well, which who like molested Gavin and Harmony. I think by our stepmother, their stepmother molested Gavin and Harmony. And Harmony was 10 years old. When was Gavin molested? And he was 10 years old. And what's like that? I don't know. How do you know about this? Maria, how do you know? You know, Letecia told me. How did she know? And she wasn't going to hell. She was going to heaven with herself. Letecia, yes. She's the man, so. Oh, she like killing prostitute. It's all about the well, just kind of putting two and two together. So they to Michael. She's been happy with herself. I'm confused. What is life? What is life? What? I don't know. You don't know this, but you know his first name is Mike. Yes. And he bothered again. How did you? Did I bother him? I thought you said that he left him. No. He spelled that into the face. I thought that was the same one. No. Who was someone extended? James. Oh, my James. You were molested. Letecia. Tell me about the trip to Florida. I did not go to Florida. Pardon me? I did not go to Florida. You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you, after Janet died, you said you were the one who shot me. I did not go to Florida. Why? Because Florida go to Florida. To Florida? Because Letecia went with again after you died. I had to talk to you. Well, what did you do? Well, they were I was doing $100. Let alone taking care of other people. Really getting rid of them. You know, what? You got out of money. I didn't come out of money. I really do. I'm money laundering. How do you walk away? Through what? I can tell you, you'll see this. Have you ever killed anyone? In Mexico?
And that's not enough matter. Who? Someone who's going to Letecia. Who is someone who's going to Letecia. Hold him. Hurt him. Who? What is it about? Who? Job was done over and job was done. So you've really been her defender for a long time. Yeah. Nothing, of course, for that. Not too many to that. Just a dollar. Do you have family? I don't need them. Did you? They all are. Good. You should know this. What? You think I would order on 50 people voted in without having a vaccine? What's that story? You don't say. So, why did Letecia take and down? She did not. How much did she did not? Well, it's just because I mean, you did not. But I mean, you did not. As I understand it, was down there. I mean, you're wrong. I think apparently you're wrong. Well, that to me, you're not wrong. But you're not wrong. No. Do you know? I know people. Yeah. Why did she get rid of Ian's slime? She didn't do that. Who did? Did you? No, I people that I said. Or I know other people that I said. So did you get something? So you got something to tell. Like I said, I want to tell me after Gannon was found. How did it's considered getting into we said a kid, how did you manage to if I didn't get to the hospital? But him, she was not small. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Was he in the bed? Of course, Lena was there. And what did Lena do? She helped carry him to the farm. What did they call it? No, she was speaking. She was what? She was a child. They grew up. No, not a picture. But you see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere. Yeah. So she wasn't there when he was shot. Oh, I'm sleeping. She stayed asleep. So I understand it's that you shot the man with the cave. Correct. Did it turn out to be again? Not really. How did it happen there? How did it turn out again? Later on, it happened. But it was supposed to be. I didn't get it. I have to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was scanned, figure out what to do. To call some friends, the puppies and some moms, figure it out, you know. So there were two people. No, I had to call some friends to call me out, you know. You to call some friends to help me out to do what? To get into the body. But we're the man in the cave. We don't have a man in the cave. I thought it was the man in the cave.
it's not. It was again, but after these years. Do you have any idea why, yeah, in your recollection, you were at the time, seemed to be a man in a cape? I don't know. That's wonderful. Just like you figure out the news. Here, Letecia showed that Gavin was on that blanket. Do you see? See, Gavin on the blanket. Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he wouldn't like the man? There could be a possibility, but he was a king. But he was a king. Yeah, but I was trying to wonder if this then turned out to be Gavin. And you meant to only shoot a man with a cape. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot? He's going to farm, but he's here at the purpose. And then I was here. While the man be in the house with me. Okay, no. Do you allow any normal interview? I think that person had a man with a cape. Or she moved her hands in normal. That I didn't know. Probably wrong, I know. When did you find your difficulties? I didn't. Even he was shooting the husband. Correct. Special training. Yeah. In my past life. Who were you in your past life? I told you I can't tell you about my family. And then you tell me if you told me about your past life. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Gavin to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it. Because I have Letecia first. You have to. Contact Letecia. Yes. That's not a long job. So if somebody were to tell me that Letecia with someone else perhaps put her in the car and went to Florida without be protected, that would be getting rid of them. I cannot get rid of the trouble. To protect her first. Yeah. Associate power. I do not have emotional evidence. I think exactly what doesn't matter who it is in the end. We're not going to cry for so what is going to be? But then they did it. How do you feel about talking with me? Are you? Am I what? Are you a director? Oh, what? A director? Dirt? So, correct. A threat. You're a director. This. Yeah. I do my best to help Letecia. So I do. And then make her. But if I had emotions, yeah. I can cry. You can't. If I cry, you lose your power. So if that is not something you get rid of the body, it's easy to. That's how. Can Letecia well? Sometimes she got better from that. She cannot. But when did you first know Letecia? A very long. How old was she? Maybe 16. Maybe 16. It's not that long. She's pretty old. What was going on with her when you came? She didn't have to listen. Pardon me? She didn't have to listen. That doesn't quite explain why you came. She puts herself in a lot of trouble. Well, everything came when she worked herself into my she lived in the back. Yeah, what she did. Then I have to communicate effectively. Yeah. Because herself in one of the problems she should be involved in. She's covered. One is with her thing because you say that you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What's that? You sizing me up? Interesting. You don't really know. I don't know what. You don't really know what's going on. No, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by men. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that? Do you really know what she does in her drugs? Why she? You do really know what she does in her drugs? Why she does? Why she doesn't like drugs? Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? Why doesn't she like drugs? Because their stepdad trying to start selling them drugs. Yeah. Selling her. Selling her for drugs. Oh, geez. Which is. Now it's good. Jane suggests selling her for being right to what did not succeed. That's bad. What was that, Major? He was making her drive around the car and getting drugs for him. But to try to get her expanding her drugs. His nephew was. Did she not do? Did she? No, she did not. Did she? She didn't know how to have it board. She hit him with a board. Who? James. When you saw that boy, when the man was with the king, he had a hole tucked with him. What I was wondering is if you were anything, I didn't mistake him or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something. He hit his head on the floor. He hit his head on what? On the floor. On the floor? I don't think you've seen the picture of that bed. He hit his head on the floor. There was a baseball in the floor in the one. You have to jump up something. It was on the floor. There was baseball sticking out on the floor. Doesn't mean hit his head. It's a big thing. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseball on the floor. Doesn't fit. Okay, let's just look up. Look at the picture. He hit his head on top of this guy. And then that's all that is. He was like, oh, you got me. That's all it means. So James was going to sell Letecia. What was the team? What would you do? You go down cocaine. Yeah. And you got around with it, okay? We didn't go on either. There's kids in the family. Food. Yeah. There's babies in the back. What are you baby? Well, that's she has siblings. So let's see how siblings. Then she has siblings in the back. She's siblings and she is the worst.
Julie. Julie. How old is Julie? I don't remember how she was. I wasn't there so good. How long did she have to? What's did you do? Some trains for the year. And then, just be down at the board. And so she being with the board and he found these trains with board. Where it is all usually. Did you do? No, she was a me. But he didn't know anymore. Was it really you? Yeah. What makes you what? Because it didn't know anymore.
Is that reasonable doubt can come from evidence or lack of evidence. And it's any reasonable doubt. Any one of these things would be a reasonable doubt. And any piece of evidence you're missing would be a reasonable doubt. And I want to sort of equate this to something that we heard about during this trial, and that's the scientific method. Who's successful is because we don't guess. Anyone who has one of these should be amazed at what science can do. But the reason it can do that is because we never guess. You might have a hypothesis, and it might be a good hypothesis, and you might look at what all the evidence that has led up to that point is, and you might say, yeah, that's a great hypothesis. But no scientist ever, under any circumstances, would say, okay, we'll just accept it as true. You test it, you look at it, you get the evidence that you need. That's what reasonable doubt means, is that you get the evidence you need, and you never, ever just accept a guess. As I said,
Didn't follow go along when they were going to Florida. Harley went along with her, did she? Isn't she? I think she did. What? I think she did. I think she did. How did she? Nothing. She not on the. Did you know that Gavin is in back? No. There's no guy in the back, no one, someone else. Someone else, I read the country, like all different people who know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand. Really? From what I understand, you see, you're over there to Florida, and then after she got her suitcase, and she said, "Did not do that. I told you, I had someone else to do that." Well, whoever. Put again in the suitcase and kept him there, and then went to Florida. And he just him off the center. I said that I have to do this, yeah, and she did not do that. And I had someone else to do that. I already told you that. I think that's someone else. One time, I already told you, but he knew that she wasn't aware. But she was down. Of course she was. So what was he doing? What's her problem? She was going to move the product. He was going to move there. They won. That's her same place. That same place. I don't know who made the last card out, but I'm. Do you think she'll tell me? I don't know, maybe if you let her, then I think we can let her. What would you get away from? I mean, this. That's. And. When. And if he was in his. Everyone. He was the worst of us. Since she's in the Florida. Yes. You know, you think you don't have any notes, right? I don't think it's. Letecia, of that, I'm happy to get. I've been trying to come up with stuff every day that I new stuff. And feels together, so we close it right out every day. Oh. You got the questions like that, the company. So she's so different, this is cheap. There's more of the. Multiple things. In all of what it is. Does it mean that I had really hard most of the head over it? If she does fill this in. Would you make a deal with me? And keep her safe and well. Or something everything. Is all of it. How is it driving? Started with saving, after we kind of was rising. Rising in. The boys ever said? Here. And. What? Did they find it? No, but they didn't even. Pardon? Another thing found another related, they tell. No, they did not stitch. Should I be there all the there? To jump all the time too, yes, and what I did. And what they jump. Would you just do it down? Where's your, I started down the stuff. Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself? Why would you think so? You have to like me, doesn't care, don't care what other people. This is for good. She has someone like her, but she thinks that she did. Right? You know, someone like her, don't work. Yeah. So. How do you do it? I was driving around, that was someone else's hand. Yeah. No. Someone really good shit on. You? Oh. I need to kill. And I was looking back at shots. Well, let's. Here's the cake was dead. It's not, but. My first thought was to get rid of the bottom. My first thought is to get rid of the bottom. That the universe is all correct. And incorporated. They. I don't need my social life. I don't carry my social life, cinch my sources. I'm probably looking. So something about student, you know. I think you read a lot. No, I don't read it all. You don't read it all? No, so where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I didn't. And I'm trying to rush over him. Long kind of road. Different one. How many months? Here's a professional we should find that out. Are you? You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, like we seem to hear about Letecia, that your thinking is kind of like, and she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty wrong. No, it's very rare. But this is pretty serious. What are my odds? They're very, very slim. What odds? Usually I never call for any things. Well, in this case, she takes the blame. That's perhaps why we don't get caught, because someone else takes the blame. But I always take over her. You think the times that I take over her and I rescue her, versus the time that I made a mistake. Say out there, you take over her. And the good outweighs the bad. What if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her. From the very beginning, when I saved her life multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, why does that matter? I mean, you have special powers, but I'm not perfect. Was the outfit? Oh, I mean, this is a. Okay. Do you think I had to go making a mistake? I think. Do you think I had to go making a mistake? You. Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake? No. You can't understand everything. I had to live when I make a mistake. Yes. Do I like to live when I make a mistake? No. So what do you do to yourself? Try harder this time. What do you say? The good you've done. Myself. When she was in, what did you? I didn't start helping her until she's old. And I didn't start helping her until she was old. No, she was still a teenager. And what did you do? I took her from James. And how did you do that? He could throw her in the pool one time when she could not spend it. And said, he threw her in the pool when she could not swim. He threw her in the pool when she couldn't swim. She could swim really, really good, but she had cracks. Leg cracks. Yes, he did. How do you say it? Or her leg elbow. She would float. Did you? And he threw her. Tell me, where does anyone else know about this? Like the happened in Georgetown, South Carolina. Who was there? Was that Miss Earl's house? And Brenda went there to Pearl's house. I said, Brenda went to Pearl's house. Brenda, we have went. I don't know Brenda. I don't know anyone. I don't think so. She's come through as easy. She's can't come as easy. She tells her. Does she sometimes take over? No, Brenda's family. Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's for the teachers aid.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful.
He went to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl.
And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she saw her. And it was where James Carl. So it's like. I don't know. Okay.
I can ask for it.
And
Lives in Georgetown, so they have a house. What he done? Stay there. He laughed, and thought it was funny. He thinks he's crazy. He's dead, right?
So he was great.
Of course.
What else did you know?
You're in the car and tried to kill herself.
When was that? What is that? Tell me about the car.
She tried to kill herself and she ran off to get a tree.
And did you do anything to help? What did you do?
After we got in the car,
Get out of the
cross city.
What do you do when she wants to kill herself?
She's been fighting that she was living.
So she tried to kill herself and
She thought she saw the ones in her car.
she
saw her ex-husband in the car.
was he the car?
She thought she already saw him.
Really?
So she told him that he.
Who knows her? She's very little before you came.
It was about her.
Does anyone know her?
Who's this again? I don't know. She had friends. But I have friends, so she doesn't.
Why did you say
Because she did not have any. She did not have anything. She didn't have a partner. Maybe I don't know if you're involved. But you had a mother involved.
Yeah. And you?
I didn't think that.
Of what? What they done?
Many people the other now tell me.
Did you kill him?
No.
But not like yesterday.
Standard point.
So you have lots of secrets.
It's kind of understanding.
You know, this time it looks as if Letecia's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in.
I'm so predictable.
Oh, you're pretending.
So many of the girls.
And so,
What's my child work? I'm still protected.
but how do you protect her from taking the blame for all of this?
That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain.
Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from?
Yes,
What about physical pain?
I can control that.
It's interesting. And you live limits. Can we do anything for you? Or, no. Think about it. It's a pretty good law. Yeah, yes, these people here, if they have any questions.
I don't answer to them.
Let me see the last. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
To move the people that helped get in the Florida,
That helped.
who that how to get into Florida.
What's that?
Special ed. What is the question?
Who helped get into Florida?
I called them from that, I told you.
Of them.
I called them friends, I told you.
Well, I remember they asked me. And then she went up to Seth Rowan.
Who did she?
TC.
I told you my involvement in this.
I'm trying.
I told you my involvement in this, and I have to tell you who I called.
Why?
This is not important.
Well, it's
Everybody already said she would take the blame for that, but I'm not going to tell you who was involved.
Well, hopefully they can leave.
That has something to do.
Because they may charge Harley, there's something you can charge her Harley.
how do you feel about it, Harley?
That has nothing to do with me now.
I'm just asking you how you feel about it.
Except that he's here.
Even from Harley. Excuse me? Even from Harley?
I'm going to take Carly if she needs me to, but I want to put the he's here.
You wouldn't protect her. No. Did someone toss Garrett out of the car? You run. What was it? Unwise that.
There wasn't trying to toss him out. I remember said that. They were trying to. They were not trying to toss him out.
What were we trying to do? What do you think? Seems to balance.
They were not trying to toss him out.
But he went.
So you want me to give you a good say what the person told me? You have that kind of get it for what?
Absolutely. Yeah, separate. Why did you hear?
Person was saying because they didn't have the money to get rid of the bottle.
Yeah. There you go. With it, for money, would have cut me.
Correct. It would have been disposed of the one.
So why did they miss the up there?
The money didn't come out.
Sorry.
Like I said, I'm not giving you names, so the money did not come out.
So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to have other people.
She was not in the right mind. She did not know what she was supposed to do to get the money.
She was not in her right mind. What kind of mistake was you?
I don't know how to control it.
Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind.
Because I told her to do something that she did not know.
What'd you tell her?
She was supposed to leave the car to get the money.
Yeah.
And she did not know that.
What did she do instead?
She was crazy, driving wrong routes. It was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. No, the correct, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place.
Okay. It's the wrong route.
Correct.
Yeah. So it was, no big deal was on. But then I made it. You made the deal and where couldn't even from. But still, I don't think she did very well. It was. It was culture. She did not eat the people. People are here giving out their money. I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car. Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money. If they tossed the body. Yes, she never had the body. Maybe she did. She did not take the body to down. Who took the body? You just asked me this question. Yeah. They're not accepting the truth. Well, I'm confused. Okay. They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So unless she found stupid. But there is no thing, there is no evidence of her having bodies there. Wasn't there evidence? No, suitcase wasn't evidence. That's not evidence of her having a body from her missing time. No.
Suitcase with the body, according to Harlan, was banned.
No, that's the thing.
That's what Harlan says.
Well, I don't know what this.
And then the suitcase was found a mile away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not think it from time to time. There was no bill. The people did not meet.
How did Danny get all the cuts on?
I don't know why they didn't.
No, they cuts.
There was no bill.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. She asked me years. That's not, I think it's something personal, you know. I don't know anything about this. I don't know what that is.
That's a fact.
So there's stuff that even you don't know. I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't. I don't know. Yeah. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull.
Why are you looking up at the border?
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot them, are you looking up? When you shot them, did you notice? Are you looking up? I hope it was like one. Are you looking at it? You did not. Correct. And I thought it was something. Yeah, but let's. Did you think it's the devil? No, and I know words, and then straight right and keep the answer you wrote out. Yeah, so we got a foot. Yeah. But person to know I did. No. How did you feel when you realized it was again? I told you I did not know it. I know that I recognized. And I told you I did not have emotions to know what I did. I don't know if it's but sure pain. No, I think that you do that. I don't think it's. One of the feelings that I want. I don't have feelings about that. I didn't say nothing. I'm sorry that it happened for Letecia. Well, because of the hair done. And if she's upset, I'm upset. She's upset. Yeah. It's just, I mean, that's trying to put me, it's fine. You do. You're acting with you, and you're so good at staring at me. Every time. But, I think that if you feel bad when bad things happen to Letecia. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. It's good stuff, you know. It's good stuff. Do you know anyone who knows, why they didn't have father and who helped carry them? Do you know anyone who could help you? No, I didn't. I told you I didn't. I told you I didn't. Because of these people, but I mean, do you know who, like, who helped carry? You don't. She already told you that she will take the time of it all. She already told you. You don't understand. She cannot know who the people are. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke? Don't look this way. It's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke? That is a, you cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is. You mean they would kill me? You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that. Can you tell me what's in Letecia's family? Who involved with these search? What's not family? What is falling in people among friends? Do you think she went about a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? Do you think it was legal? And so that's how she got off, right? Do you really think it was legal? You don't want me to sit here and talk with us? No. Okay. Okay. She didn't do bad things to bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those. I know. She's definitely not going to explain you. Yeah. She's not gonna definitely tell you that. Most of the people die. You're not. That's a part of the piece that you cannot ever know. Because someday I'll know. Do you get a judge for the situation?
No.
Because I think I'll say that you guys live in a perfect world and it's kind of big time. You live in a perfect world, it's not a game, you can play games, games are stupid. But you're saying that there are very powerful people behind. Absolutely. And it comes to that part. Absolutely. If you also know what you want in the world. But I would never give you answers. Cannot. Well, we don't really want to know. A lot of I just want to know how. Yeah. That introducing kids. Yeah. Who was 60? What if it's not strong to do all that? So, what's the because I'm strong enough. So but Maria has enough powers. You not see me. I see the muscles I have. So you're saying that you could help. I could do anything. Do you have any other questions you want to ask?
Do you know anybody who could help about getting that done?
Remember his contact again?
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back.
You're not taking as a bad opinion.
No,
You promise.
absolutely.
He had enough in his head. And I didn't know it was something like it. But it's not over the name. If I looked at us, I was like, that's why I want to stop this. It wasn't a bad thing. You won't do it back.
You say here,
Yes.
what kind
So,
of apartment?
stay
The kitchen line?
Yes.
How did you get it?
I don't know, but I didn't know here inside.
Mm.
It's her name. It's her was in it. I was down to
How do you think it's hard?
started stop doing this. To go with the gun. Southeast.
You pulled it with a gun and then what?
To go with the gun. Southeast. She's from the killer.
You pulled it with the gun. You dropped it open and was ever found.
I don't know.
Do you know? Was it found?
There's probably a picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that, because they didn't know that he had the cuts on him. He was on a month and a half.
Had they noticed when we would, but I hope that they noticed from blood on the, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who could have been with them?
Was it here where I said it was coming? And she was screaming, screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, we figure it out. It's not real. This thing really happened. If we just clean it all up, this thing really happened. She just fix it, make everything back to be the way it was, nothing was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah. And
And she was trying to take him to the hospital, Lena was picking up spine, he was to the hospital. So Lena was taking the body instead, that's what it's doing. Lena,
later, is that right?
Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
It was making that fact.
I was making this sound. Trying to breathe. It's just trying to get everything to breathe. They had all, because could not breathe.
She was,
They doesn't seem to take it off.
so she didn't mean for him to be dead.
No.
How did I, or did you, when you shot the gun, who did you?
There was Irish.
And who did you say first?
When he came back, I was talking.
But you didn't recognize them.
No, the really called me.
Did you think it was James?
Thought it was someone in the kid, you could have been a monster.
Who was the one who kept, case?
James.
James, yeah, but
I think it was James.
The big army.
pardon?
Big army.
I still don't understand.
Harvard thought it was James.
What,
Did Harvey come out?
That's the big army was for me.
the baby from,
It's army.
Did Harvey hit him with anything?
Shit, I don't know. So nobody took. Nobody took.
But with Harvey trying to hurt James?
But Harvey was a little baby. She's 10. No one was trying. Her question explains him all. You know, as you were would you ever hear someone was not with her. Yeah. The reason I'm asking is it is very, very, very common for someone who extends from all things that Letecia so because they usually start much of their lives they hear of the sometimes will I think you saw you know if he was a baby, but he was always from an alien energy. Like very early on toward forever time here and it's interesting. Have I never heard the name Harmony? Can we talk about her? What? Can we talk about her? You have to ask Letecia. Where do you go back to New York City? It's going to be so random. It's going to be so random. No, sure, it's so random. Why would you do that? You know, what I'm saying, I'm not going to tell you that. You have to share it. I'm going to tell you because she doesn't want me to be treated as badly. You must have felt the need of it. And indeed, he
Why did he have the knife?
Travis got the knife when he didn't just like. Do you reckon he's overdose?
Would it ever like he was gonna hurt me?
No, he would say he's so different. He's so different. Even though it's the kind of place for that. For the man. And then he's a lot of mother boys. Try to get enough for it. So she's working last week. So she didn't want anyone to know about it. She didn't want anyone to know it's all good is that we need else. But I didn't know I think it was bad, it was not bad. Still let me see what happened. Yeah, I can't. It's my only was regular. Spanish practice just to grab a weapon. It's not. So. What is this? She did not put the mark on him. No, she never harmed him. You didn't answer my question. What is this thing like to be able to share?
Stop the tape. It's the time.
Okay.
So that we can get some questions.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah. You want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
Did you want to turn the TV up? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my question so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And it don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again, correct?
Well, I was unaware of it. So it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that she planted any seeds. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated for someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? We had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. Who did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, I can't see them. Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration or and either blind or also true.
And then she was somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem.
This happens. It is well
It's fluid.
Literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering. What did you do?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
Oh, I am not looking for evidence of anything. I'm trying to understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated again, so that she harmed her in any way that I could find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening thing, it apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave, that it was either here or there to find out did she see something different, and it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on in her head.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that she, something about what had happened there that is unacceptable psychologically. I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is, and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not
The
sure.
theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder. Okay?
No.
You can't explain,
No,
doctor.
that
You
is not my
cannot.
theory. Do not.
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
Yes, my theory. Again, be ill, and that she hallucinates, that she's delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, and but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
You read the autopsy report. You know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've many cases where children had excessive amounts of poisonous things in this food, but there are many different reasons why.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this witness.
You're direct. I'll try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you?
I'm not going to rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you, as far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG, that was at that point in time. Then you indicated that you want to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Be relating that to you.
I'm going to
What I
object, Your Honor.
heard was that the court refused to
Sustained.
freeze it. I was told.
Yeah, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Miss Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. Stauch. Correct? Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Sweeney was thinking.
Had I expressed
Well, no,
that to you?
He said expressed, so I think.
Well, then it's hearsay.
Well, can't repeat what Mr. Bellini has said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying I need by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that I had done with you. Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I assume that
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video.
I'm going to object to that form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it? In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stauch did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened.
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Oh, wow.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference, ability to way or you.
If Ms. Stauch had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred? Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you learn, have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what, is it, 40? Yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the. It is a fantasy.
Are, in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we need to know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're talking about.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
That what you call it, what you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that, oh, this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people question whether association has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual, their very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it, but in some psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living psychotic life and stimuli that by and large are typical of her, that not stimuli that the rest of us perceive.
I have an objection based on that last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of approval. So that it's stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. It's easy not to be aware of it. To be aware of the trauma dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible. But just to say not to be aware of it, for certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Lewis? Looks like we have we passed all of them forward and retrieve those in terms of approach, please.
This is ridiculous. It's been muted for like 20 minutes. The last thing I remember was the judge jumping all over Dr. Lewis, telling her to stop her shit. Stop. Stop, he said. Because when they tell you, don't say another word, you can't just keep babbling on. And that's what she did. Grandma Bunny says, thank you, prison. Yet. Yes, it is. Because this doctor, she flew the coop. She's horrible. I mean, she's horrible. She lied on the stand. If it wasn't for the fact that she is basically their only witness, they would have to impeach her. My gosh, Lisa, are the mics off in the courtroom or is it something wrong with my phone? No, they're off in the courtroom. I think the mute guy fell asleep on the job. You know what they say, you had one job. You had one job and you blew it. All right, so I don't know what's going on for tomorrow. I'm going to try to do a members live. I just have to try to get everything worked out because we're getting down to the wire because the wedding is Friday. So what I'll do is I'll get some times worked out and I'll put the members live together. There's no trial tomorrow. I don't know if the defense rested or not because they had everything muted. And we still don't know if she's going to take the stand or not. And boy, I hope she does. It's really the only shot they've got right now. The prosecution rested on Monday. The prosecution's done. So we're good there. All right, guys, check the community tab. We have a bunch of new members. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for all the gifts, all the time, all the friendship, everything above and beyond. That's you guys. Wiz says, can we talk about the Oklahoma case tomorrow? Yeah, I'm digging some more into that. Sure we can. No problem. Not a problem at all. So I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. I will get it scheduled. I just have to work some things out to figure out what time it's going to be. And I hope I catch you all because we're going to have some games, some prizes, the whole 9 yards. You know how it goes with the members live. So you guys all have a great night. And hopefully I see you tomorrow at the members live because Friday, I got to figure out what to do because the wedding is Friday evening. So, I mean, I guess what I'll do is I'll just put the stream on. And, well, we'll figure that out later. I'm always talking on my ass. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You're the absolute best.